Ring B, Class 1, 2, and 3 Angus heifers need to be in the makeup arena. For Ring B, Class 1, 2, and 3 Angus heifers need to be in the makeup arena.
We're going to start it off over here in Ring B. And first and foremost, just want to say thank you for having me out here. Looking forward to sorting through these cattle here for the next couple of days and working with your kiddos. I know this is a great show. We got great numbers. And, again, I think it's going to be pretty fun for the next couple of days. We started off in a very high-quality fashion. And in my opinion, a pair of heifers that as you initially throw your eyes on them are more alike in their type and kind than they are different. You got to kind of dig in and decide where you need to be. The heifer that I used to win, it's pretty evident she probably doesn't have just as much overall shape and dimension right now, but here in Class 1, I don't know if that's going to be the deciding factor. To me, she's set further back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. She goes to the ground more comfortably, and with that then stays more aligned in terms of her top line and center spine. A female, to me, her shoulder lays just a bit smoother onto her body, got just a bit more just length and extension there out of her front end. Again, a very high-quality female. I think her best days are clearly ahead of her. Maybe you'd like to square her up just a touch when you get right in behind her, and the way she uses her hock, a female probably doesn't have just near as much genuine forerib shape as a heifer here in second, but I like her look. I like her design. I prefer her skeleton at the surface. The heifer that comes here in second, again, from that three-quarter shot, the way she comes out of the backside of her shoulder with that kind of forerib shape, that kind of body dimension, she continues that same progression back out through her hip, and the way she's assembled up high, goes to the ground with just a bit more squareness right there to hock and at the surface. To me, it's whenever she stands here, she wants to get a little more forward in her shoulder and knee. I'd like to change the way her feet hit the surface up front where she toes out just a touch more, and then again wants to kick up in her center spine just ever so slightly. That's getting critical of a pair of females I think have a world of good to them. I think you study them from the side, they can give you a killer look. Congratulations to both those exhibitors here to start us off in our Angus. Again, a very high quality class here in our Angus. The heifer that I used to win, in my opinion, whether she's on the stand here or you send them in motion, just remains the most collected in terms of her lines. I like the way she's assembled there at her shoulder, the way she comes out of that with that kind of added look and femininity here in this particular class. A female is just a shot smoother in terms of her general design, and then again, takes off and goes very comfortably off of both ends. I like the way that she sets down there at the surface. Just a little more athleticism here in this particular class. A female that probably doesn't have just as much true foot and feature or genuine dimension when you step around and behind her as the females that come in 2 and 3, and I think that's where you can really gain some favor here. The heifer here in second is one that I'm drawn to for her density in her body. I like that one's added shape when you step around and behind her. It goes to the ground in a really good square foot shape with that kind of extra flexibility in her hind leg. A female, to me, just doesn't have near as much true presence in that top pair. I'd like to neaten her up on the front side of her shoulder. I'd like to see her just a shot more feminine and have that same angulation there out of her front end. A female that's assembled just a bit shorter in terms of her hip design. But again, broody, cowy, comfortable in terms of her lower design. I think that's certainly a kind you need to continue to work up. The female that closes out this particular class, funny enough, is actually the stoutest. She's the biggest footed, the biggest boned, with all that added shape and dimension. A female, to me, just comes in a few more pieces. Again, I'd like to neaten her up in terms of her shoulder design, her chest floor, the way she comes out of the backside of it. She's a little weak right in behind her shoulder, just doesn't remain quite as collected in terms of her lines as those females directly in front of her. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're going to leave them just like they come in here in this particular pair. Miss Riley here has a very nice heifer, and one that I think as you study her in terms of her basics is on point. She's comfortable in terms of her lower angles. One that I like in terms of her body shape. The way she's assembled to the base of her rib is certainly on point. A female that's comfortable in terms of her center spine. As you reflect back on some heifers we've seen to this point, maybe she's not just the most neat in terms of the top side of her neck. You'd like to see her with just a bit more foot size, but the basics, again, are on point. I think that young lady's doing a great job. Got a very fun project there to continue on with. The heifer that comes here in second has some neat pieces, considerably bigger footed. I like that one, just added density in terms of her body. As you study her from a three-quarter shot, the roundness she has right there in terms of her midrib. A female that's up-headed and neat from her shoulders forward. To put all that together, I just wish she had a bit more true flexibility out of her front end. Set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. See her square in terms of where her feet hit the surface and square up at her hock. Then I think you could really appreciate all those extras that she brings in terms of look up front, in terms of body shape. Very good pair there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really a fun class to evaluate here, and I think there's a lot of good differences here amongst this top 5, 6, and some good trade-offs back and forth. In my opinion, there's still never a question on where to start. A heifer that wins here and does so pretty decisively, in my opinion, whether you're talking about just her freshness and youthfulness about her head, the way that her shoulders laid onto her body, the way she then opens up and explodes into that kind of body shape and shrewdness in terms of her forerib, the way she's assembled in her hip and hind leg, has the right kind of squareness and smoothness in terms of her muscle pattern, but still opened up and powerful in terms of her pin set. I don't think any of them are perfect, and so one area that I like to change her just a bit, she closes up just a touch right there at the ground up front, but again, she opens up into the right kind of body shape, the right kind of dimension and squareness when you step right in behind her. So I think with time, that's not much of a question in my opinion, just something you need to keep track of, I guess, whenever they're built like that as a baby. Love that one's look, love the way that she goes there off of both ends. Again, the way she projects out of her shoulder with that kind of shape is awfully impressive. The heifer that comes here in second is one that continually works up, and I think she does so because she's so fresh in terms of her composition. Again, one that's genuinely bold in terms of her body shape. I like her added thickness when you step right in behind her in terms of her pin set over the heifers that come in 3 and 4, a heifer that reaches comfortably there off of both ends. When you're talking about those extras out of their front end and comparing her to that heifer directly in front of her, she's a little deeper in terms of her throat. She's not quite as big-footed as you study her at the surface, probably just genuinely not quite as attractive in the assembly of her hind leg, and it's those little things in a very tough top pair that'll put a very good one in second. The heifer that comes in third is certainly one that covers the basics very, very well. Again, reaches functionally in terms of her build there off of both ends. Again, bold in terms of her body type. I like that one's softness in terms of her midrib and the way she fills back into her flank. She, too, has plenty of just raw power working down the top side of her skeleton. She's one that maybe gives up just a bit more in terms of her general balance here from the side profile. A little shorter from her shoulders forward and her hook bones back. One that's just a bit more off in her hip. Female that doesn't have just quite as much neatness right there on the front side of her shoulder, and again just doesn't put together that same elegant look here from the side profiles. Those two heifers directly in front of her, still really like that one's basic build, really appreciate that one's body shape. The heifer that comes here in fourth, again one that comes with some size and scale, some softness in terms of her center body. She's plenty powerful when you get right in behind the cattle. It's from this view as she comes right at you, where I'd like to open her up at her knee and see her square in terms of where her feet hit the surface up front. She's not near as confident in terms of her step there off of both ends, but one, in my opinion, is awfully broody in terms of her midrib. I like her stoutness from behind. I like her added length of body from the side. An absolute beast comes here next in fifth, one that's so big-footed and stout in terms of her feature and powerful when you step right in behind the cattle with all that added power. Wish it came together just a bit smoother and more ladylike. A female is just a shade coarser about her head and her shoulder. One, I'd like to neaten her up in terms of her joints and allow her to go with just a touch more athleticism there off of both ends. Then I think you can truly appreciate all the dimension that particular female brings to this class. The heifer that comes here next on the opposite end of the spectrum, really fresh, really neat in terms of her look, one that's bold in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage and reaches comfortably out of her hip and hind leg. I like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. I like to soften her up and see her just a bit more advanced in terms of her full rib shape and the way she fills back into her flank. But a bright future on that one. I think a very fun project for that young lady. So we continue down the line, got another heifer here that has plenty of softness and fill back into her flank. She gives you a good look when this young lady gets her stopped and set up from the side profile. It's from this 3/4 shot. I'd like to see her hook up stronger from her shoulder back into her forerib, square her up at her knee, see her go with just a bit more confidence there off those rear two. Female that closes, again, comes with plenty of quality. She's bold and round in terms of her body type, long and level back out through her hip. Just not as many of those extras as the females directly in front of her in a very, very tough class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. I think a very high quality class winner. What keeps coming here in our Angus show, and this heifer that I used to win is one that I'm pretty high on. I like the way she reaches there off of both ends. They have that kind of mass in terms of her center body and dimension when you step right in behind the cattle. She still moves very athletically off of both ends. A female that's up-headed and neat in terms of her look and her lines here from the side profile. If you could change that one just a touch, she wants to run downhill and maybe just is a bit shorter in terms of her neck length genuinely. But again, it comes very high to the top side of her shoulder. She has a proud look about her when that young lady gets her stopped and set up. I think her best view is in motion because of her skeletal build there at the surface. The heifer that comes here in second is one from a three-quarter shot. I think you could almost say she has the class advantage in terms of her smoothness from her shoulder back into her full rib. She's bold and round in terms of her body type, has so much just raw power when you step right in behind the cattle. With that, she doesn't move quite as comfortably there at her hip and hind leg. Like to set her back and angle to her knee just ever so slightly, and probably just doesn't have that same softness right there in her center body as a female that comes directly in front of her. But again, that's getting critical on a female that puts a lot of very neat things together. High quality pair there in that particular class. Congratulations. Final class Angus here, and again, a pair of females that are pretty contrasting in their type and kind. Both of them bring a great deal of quality here to this particular class. Heifer that I used to win, in my opinion, does so in motion. Just has more true athleticism in terms of her reach and range of motion, one that remains more collected in her center spine. She's surprisingly stout when you step right in behind her in terms of her pin set. For as smooth as she is about her shoulder and as neat as she is about her head, a female to me could be powered up in terms of her foot size by comparison to this one in second second just a touch. I'd like to neaten her up in terms of where her tail head sits in the backside of her hip to make it all come together just a bit neater there down her top line. But a heifer, again, I like her flexibility. I like her look and her design. The heifer that comes here in second, no question, has the advantage in terms of just raw power when you step around and behind the cattle, true dimension in terms of her center rib. She has the advantage in terms of just foot size and feature underneath. Just looks like a broody kind of a cow. To me, in this particular show ring setting, just needs to have a bit more flexibility in terms of her knee right there at her hock and the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg to move her up a spot. But certainly got to respect that one's broodiness, her dimension, and her donor cow pieces in terms of her power. Congratulations to both those young ladies. Very nice pair. Well, an absolutely exceptional way to start us off here in Ring B with this Angus show. I think from start to finish, certainly quality throughout, and a set of cattle that I think have an extremely bright future. A few of them out here that I think are ready to play today and have the pieces to do it at a very big stage. The effort that we started it off here in Class 1, again, very neat from her shoulders forward, cute-headed, bold in terms of her body type. I think one you appreciate for her freshness, and in that particular class just had more true flexibility out of her front end, took a longer, more comfortable stride. I think that one, again, has a very bright future. The effort that comes out of Class 2, again, one I like in terms of her reach and her range of motion, her softness in terms of her center body. One, to me, is very smooth in terms of her design. In comparison to a few of these other cattle out here, she probably gets out horsed just a touch in terms of her foot size and her general body shape, but I like that one's flexibility. I like her look from the side profile. The heifer that comes out of Class 3 from her shoulders back, again, very broody in terms of her type and kind, comfortable in that particular class. She's the one that I preferred in terms of her hip and hind leg, one that I'd like to set back and angle to her knee just a touch. She probably doesn't have some of those extras we see in a few of these other cattle out here in the classes that come behind her. The heifer that comes out of this next class, and that was a deep, tough class with good numbers. A heifer, to me, still wins pretty handily. I like this one's foot size and shape, one that's so comfortable off of both ends, soft in terms of her center body while still being one of the freshest females in terms of her condition. As you study her right there at her chest floor, has so much arrogance there out of her front end, very collected in terms of her top line, level back out through her hip. A heifer, as I said there earlier, maybe you'd like to see her have just a bit more squareness right there at the surface. She wants to close up at her knee just ever so slightly, but everything still sets true at the ground in terms of her feet and the direction that they're pointing. A heifer that I think puts a lot of very neat things together. Again, in this particular setting, I like how fresh she is for that kind of body shape that she brings to the table. The heifer that comes out of this next class, one that's awfully broody, and from her shoulders back, her center body shape, her pin width from behind, her comfort and her stoutness in terms of her hip and hind leg is something that I'm absolutely drawn to. Her general outline is certainly something you like an awful lot in terms of just, again, her cowiness here from the side profile. By comparison, back to the heifer directly in front of her, I like to strengthen her right in behind her shoulder, both up high, as well as a shape to her full rib down low. And a heifer outside of that, I think you could go to ranting and raving about, and I think you'll take some of that for all the power that she has from there on back. Probably not going to be just the most seamless right there in her full rib. The heifer that comes out of this last class, one that, again, I like in terms of her flexibility in that particular pair, one that surprises you a bit. For as neat as she is about her head and her shoulder shape, still has plenty of power in terms of her upper pin set. Just like to see that same feature right there at the ground where she's just a bit more fragile in terms of her bone work. Again, a very good set of them here in our Angus from start to finish. There's a couple of them out here that I'm drawn to that I think put together a very high quality look today and have the pieces, again, to be successful through the remainder of their show career. Congrats to all these Angus exhibitors. Give them a round of applause. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Very impressive set to start us off in our Charolais, and a heifer that I used to win. I think puts together just a bit of a more elite silhouette here from the side profile, one that's neat in terms of her shoulder, her depth of shoulder, and then still projects with that kind of look and presence there out of her front end. She opens back very powerful in terms of her cage. I like her added pin width and shape when you separating behind the cattle, and still moves with the right kind of just comfort and flexibility off of both ends. Fresh in terms of her composition, so I'll give her a bit of a pass, but I wish she was just a shade bolder right there in her heart and forerib here today. Again, one that I think with time on feed that'll come together. That one's pieces are awfully neat. The heifer that comes here in second is one that, again, I like in terms of her softness of her center body, her reach and her flexibility there off of both ends, one that's very comfortable in terms of her general design, one that still gives you a quality look here from the side profile. By comparison, back to that class winner, she's not near as neat in terms of her throat latch. She's one that's just a shade flatter in terms of her body shape, one that doesn't have that same punch when you step running behind the cattle. And I'm not trying to make these overly stout, but when they're built like that at the surface, they have that kind of look from the side profile. To me, we might as well throw those extras in terms of dimension in there to make them the generating kind down the road. The heifer that comes here in third, again, a very flexible kind of a female, one that's long in terms of her type and kind, very youthful in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. In this particular class, she's been out-horsed a bit in terms of her center body shape and depth. I'd like to see that one just a bit more attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg assembly, but certainly sound. She's flexible, and I like that one's leanness here in this particular class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Back over here in the Charolais, again, a very awfully good quality kind of a class from top to bottom. I think all three of these females are certainly exceptional. The effort that I used to win brings some impressive pieces to the table. Some fat pipes at the surface, comfort in terms of her lower angles. I really like that one's body shape, her freshness in terms of her full rib shape and her chest, and then to still open back, that kind of roundness and that kind of boldness in terms of her center skeleton is something I'm certainly drawn to. A female that's got a stout, kind of a broody donor cow look about her skull, one that opens back very comfortably in terms of her center spine, the way she's assembled back out through her hip. Again, one that's so long-bodied, maybe at times it's a little tough for her to remain quite as collected from the side profile as a couple of these other heifers directly behind her, but parked right there, that one has some very impressive pieces. Young lady's doing a great job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes here in second, again, one that I like for her flexibility at the surface, the way she's assembled in terms of her lower angles and her range of motion there off of both ends. One that's very neat in terms of her shoulder. She opens back and transitions into her full rib, very neat and smooth in terms of her softness in her center body. Again, gives you a cowy look here from the side profile from that three-quarter shot, and compared back to my class winner, just gives up a bit more in terms of her body shape, in terms of her pin width, in terms of her foot size there at the surface, and not that we're just butt-cutting these things, but when they're both that high quality in terms of their lower skeleton, have that kind of look and that kind of generating pieces, then we're going to lean towards the one that has just a bit more stoutness here in that particular pair. The heifer that comes here in third, again, one probably that matches my class winner a bit more in terms of just true dimension from behind the cattle. I wish she had that same kind of advantage in terms of her lower skeleton. She's assembled just a bit more up and down in her hock, and the way she's built right there at her rear pastern. A female I'd like to see hook up stronger from her shoulder back into her full rib to truly appreciate that one's kind of body shape and that one's pin width when you get riding behind the cattle. Good set of them there. I think all three of those females certainly high quality. A single entry February here, and I'll tell you honestly, I really appreciate just the freshness and the youthfulness that this particular female has in this particular age kind of grouping, one that I think really matches that. In terms of just her maturity curve, one that I really like in terms of her look and her lines from the side profile, her neatness in terms of her jaw, her smoothness in terms of her shoulder, the way she's assembled right there in terms of her center body, and then the way that she's built there from the side profile and specifically on the stand in terms of her hip and hind leg and her added feature there at the surface. Her lines are awfully good. Center in motion, probably just not quite as coordinated in terms of the way she's using her hock and rear pastern. It looks like she just doesn't want to set down quite as comfortably as a few of these other females we've seen to this point, but I think her angles read like they should. One that, again, gives you such a good look here from the side profile. Very high quality heifer for this young man. Congratulations. Another single entry here in what I'm assuming is our final class of the Charolais, and one that I think certainly will represent this class very, very well. Again, bold and just powerful in terms of her body type. I like that one's natural thickness when you step running behind the cattle. Still very comfortable in terms of her lower angles and the way she reaches there off of both ends. Again, as you kind of think back on the classes we've seen to this point, maybe she's not near as elite in terms of just her look from her shoulders forward, the way that she's built in her top line and back out through her hip and her tail head, but no major issues from an individual standpoint. Again, I like this one's flexibility. I like her body shape, and I like her added thickness from behind. Good class here with this particular single entry, and looking forward to getting her back out here. Congratulations. Well, we come to a close here in our purebred Charolais, and a very good show. Much like our Angus, I thought our quality from start to finish in each and every one of these classes was on point. We started it off in a tough class. In my opinion, that top pair, both of them extremely high quality. The effort that I used to win here, to me, just had a bit more neatness in terms of her look and lines from her shoulders forward and the way she's assembled back out through her upper hip One, to me, just has a bit more true shape in terms of her center body and added natural thickness when you get right behind the cattle. And again, it lays smooth onto her body. I'm not trying to make these things overly shapely or muscular, but certainly appreciate these cattle that have that added just natural thickness when it lays smooth onto their skeleton. This one does that to a very high degree. She's one, as I said there earlier, maybe you'd like to see her just a shade bolder right there at her heart and forerib, out of the backside of her sternum, but she's so fresh, I think you give her a bit of a pass there in that particular regard. Then we jump into Class 2, and one that is ready to fight. No doubt that one's got big feet, big bones. She's bold in terms of her body type. She's neat in terms of her look and lines here from the side profile. Just has a generating look about her in terms of her stoutness about her skull, and the way that everything comes together from a three-quarter shot and the way she projects from her shoulder back into her center body. One, as you like to see, maybe just a bit neater there on the front side of her shoulder in comparison to the cattle on either side of her. I'd like to see her tail head naturally sit into the back side of her hip, just a touch neater, but some minor criticisms on a female. Puts a lot of very neat things together, and again, one I think has a generating look about her. The heifer that comes out of Class 3, one that can give you a killer look when stopped and set up here from the side profile. Again, one much like my number one or first class winner, female that really matches her age in terms of her freshness, her youthfulness. This one's look from her shoulders forward and her lines from there on back are certainly on point. In motion, she's one that I'd like to see go with just a bit more true comfort and authority there out of her hip and hind leg. I'd like to set her back in her knee just ever so slightly, but some neat pieces here on the stand. That final single entry, one that, again, from a three-quarter shot round in terms of her body type, comes with some added stoutness when we step right in behind her and sound at the surface. Not as many of those extras as you study her there from the side profiles, these heifers that come out of the classes in front of her. Again, a stout set from top to bottom here in our Charolais. Give them a big round of applause, and I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve. We get it started here in our composite Charolais. I think a really nice class here, and certainly one that I used to win, in my opinion, just has more true flexibility out of her front end, set further back at her knee, and that allows her to just remain more collected in terms of her center spine. It's that same view whenever she takes off and goes off those rear two. Heifer, to me, very bold in terms of her body type. The outward curvature to her rib is on point. I'd like to see her just a shade softer in terms of her mid-rib and how she fills back into her flank to make her balance up just a shot more appropriately from her chest and then there on back. But again, here in this particular class, she's bold in terms of her body. She's dimensional from behind, and still my preference in terms of her skeletal build at the surface. The heifer that comes here in second has some neat pieces. Big footed, one that certainly has a neat look down her top line, and then there projects with a neat look from her shoulders forward. To me, it's as she goes in motion, where I'd like to change her just a touch off of both ends, set her back and angle to her shoulder knee, open her up in terms of her full rib shape, and see her go to the ground with just a bit more authority right there at her hock. But certainly some fun pieces there in that particular show project for that young man. I think it'd be a neat one to breed on to make some show steers. The heifer that comes here in third actually has just a bit more range of motion there out of her front end than the heifer that goes in second. Very neat and youthful in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. Been out horsed a bit in terms of her body shape here in this particular class. Like to stouten her up and see her just a bit more attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Back over here in our composite Charolais, a very good pair again in terms of cattle that have the right kind of dimension, still have a look here from the side profile in our class winner, and that's why she wins. Heifer, in my opinion, has just a bit more upheadedness, neatness in terms of her chest floor. I like that one's bold, round body type, and then again, one that just remains a bit fresher and cleaner in terms of her lines. I'd like to set her back in her shoulder and knee just a touch, but she makes up for it by having enough reach and just flexibility there out of her hip and hind leg. Again, a heifer that can give you an awfully good look here from the side profile. Cole has a heifer here in second. This is her first time to a show, and she's not necessarily decided she wants to be a show calf yet. We've all been there. I think Cole has a heifer here that certainly has the right kind of just broodiness. Whether you're studying her from a three-quarter shot in her center body or a dimension from behind the cattle, that one still reaches and has the right kind of just true flexibility there out of her front end. I think that's where you actually give her an edge here in this particular pair. To me, it's as you step back off her, I'd like to see her a bit neater in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. See her just a bit more ladylike in her general design in terms of her muscle pattern, but certainly a sound, flexible, bold body, dimensional kind of a female you like an awful lot of things about. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. Single entry here, but one that can certainly withstand plenty of competition. Again, neat looking in terms of her look and her design here from the side profile. One that's bold in terms of her center rib. One that reads very attractive in terms of her skeleton as she goes to the ground. One that, to me, I'd like to see her just a shade neater in terms of where her tail head sits in the backside of her hip. I'd like to see her just a bit longer in terms of her actual hip design. I think that'd allow her to take just a bit of a longer stride off her rear tube, but very minor criticisms on a female. Puts a lot of neat things together. Excited to get her back out here in this particular drive. Congratulations. Well, we come to a close here in a composite Charolais, and three very nice class winners. Got a second that wanted to come back out here, and certainly she has quality as well. The heifer that started us off there in Class 1, I like that one's just bold, round body type. One that in that particular class had just a bit more flexibility and range of motion out of her hip and hind leg. As I said there earlier, I'd like to see her set back in her shoulder and knee just a touch, and I'd like to see her balance up just a touch neater from her chest floor back into her flank. Change that up just a touch in terms of her ratios, but certainly a female brings some neat breeding pieces to this particular class. The heifer that comes here in second, big-footed, certainly from her shoulders back a bit more the same in terms of her body shape, her natural dimension when you get right in behind the cattle, and then her look and her lines here from the side profile. I'm certainly drawn to all those things. She too needs to be set back and angled to her shoulder and knee just a touch. I think that'll allow her to go with just a bit more confidence there out of her front end, but a female gives you a very good look here from the side profile. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. the heifer that comes out of Class 3, a single entry there, but as I said there a minute ago, can withstand a lot of competition. To me, she's the one that puts together the most quality pieces in terms of her look and her design here from the side profile, one that I like in terms of just her flexibility and her lower joint work. As I said there a minute ago, maybe she's just a bit shorter in terms of her hip design, probably not just the most feminine in terms of her skull shape, but some minor criticisms in my opinion. She's so good in terms of her basics and her function at the surface. She's one that's right in terms of her freshness in her body. I think, to me, a pretty easy winner here in this particular breed drive. I'll take one more look for reserve. Congratulations.
Your results from your champion and reserve champion percent Charolais Heifer drive. Your champion percent Charolais Heifer goes to exhibitor number 501, Brock Cole, and your reserve goes to exhibitor number 47, Miss Quinn Roach. Congratulations, those top two exhibitors. Now into the ring is class number 14, Key Heifers in Ring B.
Good class here, and a top pair that I think there's some good debate back and forth between these two particular females. Heifer that I used to win has just a bit more genuine squareness underneath. Female to me opens up with more true forerib shape, and that allows her to have just a bit more turn right there in her center body. She's one that's opened up just a bit squarer when you step right in behind the cattle and still reaches so comfortably there off of both ends. Heifer, as you step back off her, still balances and gives you a high-quality look from the side profile. I'd like to strengthen her just a touch right out of the backside of her shoulder. She doesn't want to hook up quite as strong. I think part of the reason is she isn't just wanting to lead, and she's kind of pulling back and then jumping forward, and probably don't get ever just the best read in terms of her top line, but one that's so good at the ground, it's no major concern for me. I like the heifer an awful lot. The heifer that comes here in second is fun livestock, just in terms of her proportions. She's so neat and cute-headed. She's one that's very tucked up and tidy in terms of her chest floor. She opens back very soft in terms of her center rib. Got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her and comfortable off of both ends. Whether you work around the front side of the cattle or get in behind her, she's one I'd like to see just a bit squarer in terms of her knee and start with just a bit more genuine forerib shape. For as stout-featured as she is at the surface, I wish she had just a bit more width when you get right in behind her. Again, a heifer that gives you a good look from the side profile. She's sound and comfortable there at the surface. Heifer that comes here in third, certainly round in terms of her body type, up-headed, and young man does a killer job getting this one shown. I'd like to set her back an angle to her shoulder and knee and see her with just a bit more foot size here in this top end of the class to move up any higher. But again, a female gives you a neat presence from the side profile. She's bold in terms of her body type. The heifer that comes here in fourth offsets her at the ground, one that's big-footed, female to me, again, strong in terms of her lines here from the side profile, from that three-quarter shot. And you can start to see it as you study her skull. She's a bit flatter in terms of her jaw. That, to me, correlates her being just a bit flatter in terms of her forerib shape. I'd like to see her square in terms of her base width underneath. She wants to close up a bit more and change her in terms of her rear toe, but certainly a female gives you a very impressive view from the side profile when set up. Heifer that comes here next, not necessarily one to cooperate as much, but I think the basics on this female are on point. She's set back in her angles off of both ends. She's broody in terms of her general makeup, one that's certainly functional in terms of her type and kind, just a shade rounder off of both ends. I like to pick her up in terms of her front end, see her a bit neater out of her front end. A female to me needs to be a bit longer and level her back out through her hip, but again, flexible underneath. I like that one's natural thickness when you get round and behind the cattle. Heifer that closes, certainly strong in terms of her top line, punchy when you get round and behind the cattle. I like to see her just a bit more ladylike here from the side profile in this particular class. Good set of them here. I think that top pair is awfully nice. Congratulations. Very impressive pair of them here in our keys in this particular class, and one that wins still does so, in my opinion, pretty handily. I like this one in terms of her look and her lines from the side profile. Again, up-headed and neat from her shoulders forward. One that is fresh enough in terms of her composition in her chest floor. Still really offsets it in terms of her body shape and her turned back into rear rib and flank. One that's neat in terms of her assembly and her upper hip. And then reaches, in my opinion, adequate off of both ends. I'll tell you, they have the back of her hock slammed in her pretty hard, and she's so soft at the ground. To me, she looks just a little bit straighter in terms of her hock. I'd be interested to see what that looks like whenever she's a big, heavy bred. But today, she still moves comfortably off of both ends. Certainly one you like in terms of her look and her design from the side profile, her dimension from a three-quarter shot. The heifer that comes here in second, I like this one in terms of her moderation, her easy keep and look in terms of her mid-rib, her reach and her comfort there off of both ends. And from an individual standpoint, still gives you a high-quality view here from the side profile. In comparison to that heifer directly in front of her, I'd like to see her a bit higher tying and have a bit more extension and neatness about her jaw. One that I wish was just a bit longer and level her back out through her hip, but certainly a lot of good in that particular female. I like her basic function at the surface. The heifer that comes here in third, on the other end of the spectrum in terms of her size and her scale, one that's stout and just awfully shapely when you get on the top side of the cattle. To me, as you set them in motion, as much as I think she's got flex out of her front end, I'd like to see her have that same just reach out of her hip and hind leg for her added frame. I wish she had a bit more softness through her midrib to make it all balance up just a bit more appropriately. The heifer that closes us out, one that I think you certainly appreciate for her smoothness in terms of her shoulder, one that has plenty of length from the side profile and still reaches comfortably off of both ends. Again, for her added size, I'd like to see just a bit more softness in terms of her midrib. Like to see a bit more look there from the side profile. Good class there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Again, a quality class over here in our Kianinas, and still one to me, a female that starts us off that just relative to her population does a lot of things right. One that's so comfortable at the surface. Her feet and the shape of her angles down low, I think, is certainly on point. The one to me that is awfully fresh in terms of her composition and still good in terms of her body shape and opens up bold in terms of her midrib. One is you step around and behind her, smooth in terms of her design and still opened up on the right kind of squareness in terms of her pin set and how she goes to the ground. From the side profile, that's one that's up-headed and neat and good in terms of her jawline. There's one spot where I'd like to tweak her just a touch. She's got a bit more forward feature to her chest, even though she's pretty fresh in her composition. I think as long as that's kept in check, she gets to be a big bred. That one's got a world of good to her. I think a very bright future and a fun one to evaluate here today. The heifer that comes here in second, again, a heifer that I like in terms of her roundness, in terms of her center rib, one that's got some added stoutness when you get right in behind the cattle and evaluate that one in her upper pin set. She's one to me awfully neat and youthful in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. I'd like to soften her up in terms of her center body just a touch. I'd like to see her just a shade more coordinated in terms of her movement there out of her hip and hind leg to make that a bit closer there on the top end. Got a red baldy heifer here coming next, and a young lady's doing a great job with her. I like that one's reach and flexibility there off of both ends. I like her freshness here in this particular setting, one that's certainly long and has the right kind of look down her top line. To me, she needs a bit more softness in terms of her center rib. I'd like to see her just a bit broodier in terms of her look here from the side profile, but flexible, long, and certainly has plenty of performance. The heifer that closes us out here has just a bit more depth, I guess you'd say, right there in terms of her midrib, one that certainly has an advantage in terms of just power when you step right in behind that final pair. To me, she just needs to be set back in her angles off of both ends and look a little bit more like a lady here from the side profile. Good class. I think a standout class winner. Congratulations. Well, again, a very impressive set of them here. I really like the way this key breed came together, and a set of them, in my opinion, very much in contention as you think to what we've seen throughout the day to this point. As we saw in each and every one of these classes, especially here in these pairs, I thought that there were some good trade-offs back and forth and some cattle that had some pretty elite pieces. We started all off here in Class 1 with one, in my opinion, just had a bit more base width underneath and still in check in terms of her width. I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to make them just show bear wide underneath, but I think at times we can get these heifers a little bit too closed up, and that really hinders them. in terms of having the right kind of body shape and cowiness in terms of their rib and allowing them to be cattle that really work in production. This heifer that started us off had the advantage in all of those particular areas. Still comfortable in terms of her lower angles. Still gives you a quality look here from the side profile. Maybe doesn't remain quite as collected in terms of her lines as the heifers that win those classes directly behind her. But a female, I think, certainly in terms of her basics is on point. Then we jumped into class 2, and I thought we grabbed another gear just in terms of quality. This heifer, as you study her as an individual, does a lot of things in a very impressive fashion. She's one that's neat in terms of her shoulder, up-headed and good-looking in terms of her lines and her broodiness. To be that good in terms of her jaw and open back that kind of massive in terms of her center rib is certainly impressive. I like that one's squareness when you step right in behind the cattle. As you step back off her and evaluate her in comparison to the heifer directly behind her, and to me it's pretty straightforward. It comes down to these two. That's one that is just a bit quicker in terms of her type and kind. As I said there earlier, I'd be interested to see what this one's hind leg looks like, as she's a big heavy bred. She's assembled just a bit straighter in her hock. She's got so much set at her pasture, and I think there could be times where maybe she labors just a touch there off her rear too. Again, that's me just projecting a bit, but certainly here in this particular setting, this one's ready to fight in terms of her condition. She gives you a killer look, and I think a female that does a lot of things, again, in a very impressive fashion. Then we get into this last class, and that's one that hit me pretty hard. I like this one's elevation up through her front end. I like this one's freshness in terms of her lines and her added scale amongst this set of contemporaries. I like her boldness to the base of her cage and how lean she is in terms of her composition. As you study her shoulders back, one that as you set them in motion, everything makes sense in terms of her top line, the way she's assembled and a bit more picked up in her hip, the way that she comes with that added athleticism in terms of her movement off of both ends is certainly something I'm drawn to. As I said there earlier, and it's mostly from an aesthetic standpoint, she's got a bit more forward shape to her chest, even though she's pretty lean in terms of the way she has laid down that kind of fat deposition. She's one, too, I'd like to clean up right there at the start of her crest as you study her up high. Two minor criticisms on that particular female. Big picture, I think she's absolutely on point. And to me, a pretty straightforward breed champion out here today. She's going to win. We're going to follow right up with Class 2. Congratulations. Very nice. Single entry breed champion here in our Key Angus. And I think this one, certainly you could have ran a lot more cattle in here and she would still come out on top. I like this one's flexibility, her softness in her center body, and her smoothness here amongst this kind of population of Key Angus. As you think about what she could do on a national level, I think she has that kind of quality, one that's up-headed and neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. Again, I like how smooth she is in terms of her makeup, from her shoulder back into her full rib, how soft she is in terms of her center body design, and the way she goes off of both ends. Very nice breed champion here. Congratulations to this young man. pair of them here to start us off in our low keys. That'll be the first to tell you. I like to reconstruct both of them just to shade in terms of their skeletal build. The heifer that I used to win just comes with so much more mass in terms of her center body, so much more dimension when you get riding behind the cattle, and still has an up-headed, neat look from her shoulders forward with some feature there at the surface. As I said there a minute ago, I'd like to see her just a bit smoother in terms of where her shoulder lays onto her body. I'd like to see her hook up stronger in her forerib and just set her back and her angle up front in general, and I think that'd really allow you to appreciate what she has from there on back in terms of her brood cow dimension and her look and lines. The heifer that comes here in second is one that I would give the edge to in terms of her shoulder construction, where it lays onto her body, her smoothness and her boldness back into her forerib. One that's got enough just natural thickness when you get riding behind the cattle and goes to the ground comfortable in terms of her hind leg. The biggest reason why she still needs to go in second is she's not a major improvement in terms of where her knee sits in her. I like to soften this one up in terms of her center body, see just a bit more look and elevation there out of her front end with a bit more ladylike look in terms of her skull. I think an interesting pair back and forth. You pick which one you like better. I think both of them still have plenty of quality in terms of just their overall dimension.
Your results from Ring A for your Key Heifer drive. And your champion Key Heifer goes to exhibitor number 408, Hadley Dunklew. And your reserve champion Key Heifer goes to exhibitor number 473, Carly Kennedy. Congratulations, those top two exhibitors in your Key Heifer drive. Your Key Angus Heifer, your champion Key Angus Heifer goes to Braylon Schaefer. Congratulations, that young man, on doing a very, very nice job.
Good class here in our low keys, and I think these top pairs certainly have some good trade-offs back and forth, but not much of a question on where to start. The heifer that I used to win is one that just has more range of motion, one that to me remains more collected in terms of her center spine, one that has just a bit more elevation and look there through her front end. I prefer her chest floor and how she opens back into that kind of softness and center body. I'd like to see her just a bit longer and leveler back out through her hip, but certainly it just allows her to have so much reach there out of her hip and hind leg. A female puts a lot of neat things together. I think a very nice place to start. Now, heifer here in second, certainly as you step around the backside of the cattle, has just a bit squarer from hooks to pins, one that goes to the ground with an abundance of just foot size and feature. She's opened up and massive in terms of her midrib, but I'd like to see her just a bit neater in terms of her softness and her center body. Relative to how she comes back into her flank, she's not quite as just smooth in terms of her design to the base of her cage. One I'd actually like to see neater in terms of her joints. She looks just a little bulky and coarser in terms of her hock, one that I'd like to see just a bit longer in terms of her hip design as well. So some good trade-offs back and forth. This one's dense in terms of her center body. She's got some added feature. Just like to see her a little smoother and more ladylike in terms of her look. The heifer that closes out here in this particular class has so much turn to the upper portion of her rib cage, shape working down the top side of her skeleton, look from her shoulders forward. I just wish she had a bit more softness in terms of her center rib to really put all that, a balanced look together. She's one, too, that's just a bit choppy and more restricted in terms of her step there off those rear two. Good class. I think certainly a nice class winner. Congratulations. Well, it certainly keeps coming in this low-key show, and I think we have kind of a similar trend here in this particular class as we saw in the last. Heifer that I used to win does so in terms of her basic design at the surface. She's neater about her shoulder, set further back in the angle to her knee, takes just a longer, more athletic stride there out of her hip and hind leg, and I still think as you step back off her, it's pretty clear-cut. She's the one that's got the advantage in terms of body shape and dimension. Her look and her lines here from the side profile, no major reason for me to break this one down at this point. Looking forward to getting her back out here in our drive here in a bit. The heifer that comes here in second is one that remains awfully collected in terms of her top line, one that's got some added just punch in terms of her upper pin set, and she's bold in terms of her center body. To me, it's when she gets out and goes where I'd like to set her back in the angle to her shoulder, see her just more confident in terms of her step off her rear two. She's got enough flexibility, she's just a bit more restricted in terms of her upper hip, and that kind of throws her balance off when she takes off and goes, but certainly dimensional in terms of her midrib. I like her added squareness up high when you get right behind the cattle. Heifer that closes out here, certainly fresh in terms of her type and kind. Relative to her size and weight, she's got enough softness in terms of her center body. Just been out horsed here in this particular setting. Like to see that one stoutened up throughout. Good class of them there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. I think a very nice class winner. I think an interesting pair of heifers here. As I said there in a few classes ago, I'd like to change them both in terms of their lower skeleton just a touch. But there's certainly some good trade-offs back and forth between these heifers, and they still bring some good here to this particular class. Heifer that I used to win, just a bit more moderate and easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. I prefer her center body dimension. She's one to me just takes a more comfortable stride, I guess you'd say, even though I'd like to change it up just a bit. Most specifically there out of her front end where she's set further back and angled to her shoulder and knee. But again, easy fleshing in terms of her type and kind, moderate in terms of her mature cow size. I think that'll certainly work in production. Now, I'd like to see her longer and leveler back out through her hip. She wants to push in her hock just a bit more and set on the outside of her hoof wall. And I think that's where you'd like to change that one. The heifer that comes here in second is one that is just a bit taller shouldered. She's got more extension here from the side profile, has just a bit more genuine foot size. To me, she's one for her added frame. I just wish she had more softness in terms of her midrib. I wish she went with more flexibility and reach there off of both ends where she's assembled just a bit more up and down than what I'd personally like to see. Good pair of them back and forth. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Well, we come to a close here in another breed, and I think certainly as we've seen as our trend builds here throughout all these different shows, a great deal of quality from start to finish. We started it all off here with this yellow heifer and a pair of heifers that you'd see maybe both of them like to be a little bit more comfortable in terms of their lower skeleton, but this one had just a bit more look from her shoulders forward. She's one that was more massive in terms of her midrib and just stouter in terms of her pin set. I think you appreciate all those things about that female there at the front of the lineup. Then we grabbed another gear here in Class 2, and to me it comes down to Class 2 and 3, just to be plain about it. The heifer that comes out of this second class is one that's very neat in terms of her shoulder. I like her freshness and her youthfulness there through her front end. For as tidy as she is in her chest floor, she still is so soft in terms of her midrib, and the way she's built back into her flank takes a very comfortable stride there off of both ends, and big in terms of her foot there at the surface. So that's one to me I'd like to see a bit longer and leveler from hooks to pins. I'd like to square her up just in terms of her hip design in general, but outside of that one area, that female puts a lot of neat things together. A very striking look there from the side profile. The heifer that comes here out of this third class, that's the other one that I think hits you hard, and from her shoulders back, that one opens up so broody in terms of her center body, so square and dimensional from behind the cattle, and still very comfortable in terms of her angles as she goes to this surface. She's maybe not quite as tucked up in her chest floor, just quite as crisp in terms of that look there on the top side of her crest as the heifer that comes directly in front of her, but I don't think that one's out of bounds in that particular area and still balances up very appropriately here from the side profile. Again, I like her basic build, I like her body shape, and I like her broodiness from behind the cattle. Then we got this heifer that comes out of that last class, and one that I said there a minute ago, I appreciate that one's moderation. I appreciate her rib shape. To me, she's one that just needs to be a bit more comfortable in terms of her build there out of her hip and hind leg, where she's just a bit shorter and a bit more, I guess, bowed in terms of her hock. It doesn't allow her to have that same range of motion as those two females that win the classes directly in front of her. A good set of them here from top to bottom here in our low keys. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors. I'll get you a champion in reserve. You want to talk about starting off our Herefords with a bang. This first class winner is one that I think came to play, and she's so good in terms of her basic build and flexibility underneath, and still so fresh in her composition. Really like this one's look. As you think about just the Hereford population as a whole, she's so neat in terms of her skull, so good to the top side of her crest and where her chest floor sits in her to open back the way that she does in her center body. She's one that's got more than enough just true dimension when you step right in behind the cattle, and again, it's all highlighted when she takes off and goes. Very nice place to start on a very highly presented heifer here in our Herefords. The heifer that comes here in second, no slouch by any means. Again, a female that mirrors my class winner in terms of her neatness and her look from her shoulders forward, her boldness in terms of her upper rib cage, one that's got enough softness in terms of her center body, in my opinion. To me, where she gets tripped up just a bit is the way she's assembled there in her hind leg. Wish she had just a bit more true comfort built in her lower joints. One to me is just a shade flatter right there in her heart and forerib. Again, by comparison, back to a very nice class winner. Congratulations to both those young ladies. I think a very nice class. Well, one that I think sticks to the basics here at the front of the lineup, a horned female that's certainly big and rugged in terms of her lower skeleton and flexible in terms of her design, very broody in terms of her center rib makeup, one that comes with plenty of just true power when you get right in behind the cattle. To me, as you step back off her, I think from an individual standpoint, she balances up pretty appropriately. I think as you think about that first class winner and just what maybe we have to come, that's one that I'd like to see a bit neater, the top side of her crest. I'd like to tidy her up in her chest floor just a touch, but certainly a broody kind of a female that I really appreciate for just her reach and her flexibility off of both ends, her natural dimension as you study her through her midrib. The heifer that comes here in second is certainly a bit longer, more extended in terms of just her look and her lines here from the side profile. One, to me, still has plenty of just true dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. With that, I wish she had a bit more softness in terms of her center rib. I wish she was a bit neater in terms of the way her shoulder lays onto her body and just had that same comfort built into her lower skeleton with the right kind of attractiveness as that female that starts us off. The one that comes here in third, one that I think you certainly appreciate for just her turn to the upper portion of her rib cage, her feature as she goes to the surface. With that, I wish she had just a bit more true flexibility and reach out of her upper hip and the way she goes to the ground there off those rear two. One that's just not near as ladylike and maternal in her general makeup as the heifers that precede her. Good class there. I think certainly a nice class winner. Congratulations. Back over here in Ring B, a very good class of Herefords, and highlighted by one that I think does a lot of things right. One that, as you study her at the surface, comes with some added foot size and feature over the heifer directly behind her. One that's certainly fresh in terms of her composition and bold in terms of her midrib. To me, she's the most ideal in terms of her look and her lines here from the side profile. Got some stoutness about her skull, tidier in terms of her chest floor. Again, for as fresh as she is, to open back in terms of her center body the way she does here from the side profile, and remains very collected in terms of her top line, highlights all of the things she puts together here from the side profile. I'd like to square her up just a touch up front in the way that her feet hit the surface, but a minor criticism on a female I think you can get pretty fired up about. The heifer that comes here in second, I think resembles her from the side profile in terms of her length and extension there out of her front end, her softness in terms of her center body, her construction in terms of her hip and hind leg in terms of its general design. To me, that's one, as you study her from a three-quarter shot, a frailer footed female. It's just a bit flatter in terms of her body shape. I'd like to see her have just a bit more true dimension when you step around and behind those two up top to make it a bit closer than what it already is. The heifer that comes here in third, on the opposite end of the spectrum, so stout, so dimensional when you get right in behind the cattle without all that extra just muscle shape and dimension that I think you just like to see it all come together a bit smoother. Right there at the point of her shoulder, the way she's built back into her forerib, like to set her back in her angles there off of both ends, but dense in terms of her type and kind, certainly stout in terms of the way she's built there at the surface. The heifer that comes here next, a bit louder marked, a heifer that I like in terms of her shoulder set there over the heifer that comes directly in front of her. I like her at a length of side here as you study her from the profile. To me, she's one I just wish was bolder in terms of her full rib shape. I wish she could tidy her up in terms of just her navel and make all that balance up a bit more appropriately underneath. She too needs to be tidier right there at the backside of her hip and where her tail head all lays together. Just doesn't put it all together quite as seamlessly here from the side profile. The heifer that comes here next, certainly at initial glance, you like her look and extension from her shoulders forward. You like her roundness in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. Wish she had that same boldness down low to the base of her cage. Wish you could see her go with just a bit more confidence and authority there off of both ends. The heifer that comes here next, certainly sound off of both ends in terms of her reach and her range of motion. Just been out-horsed a bit in terms of her overall dimension in this particular class. Heifer that closes a bit more of the same, long and extended in her type and kind. Just like to soften her up in terms of her makeup right there through her center rib. Good class. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. good class here in these top trio, and still a decisive winner in my opinion. A heifer that's so big-footed and comfortable in terms of her lower angles, so soft in terms of her center body, and still gives you a very high-quality look in terms of her presence and her design from the side profile. I like that look that she has there through her front end. Again, her lines in terms of her center body and the way everything comes together just highlights her broody, cowy look that she has from the profile. When she takes off and goes, I think it just gets that much better. You'd maybe like to tidy her up in her chest floor just a touch, but I think it's certainly manageable. The heifer that comes here in second is certainly lean in terms of her composition. As you study her right there in her chest floor, has just a bit more extension even than my class winner there from her shoulders forward. I think that one is certainly a female you like in terms of her hip and hind leg construction and just her range of motion there over the heifer that comes in third. In this particular top end of the class, I wish she had just a bit more softness to her center body, honestly, an outward curvature in her forerib shape, but I'll bet on that to come, and just side with her added flexibility and her reach there off of both ends. Certainly a nice female to go in second. The one in third certainly hits you hard in terms of just body shape and dimension. She step right in behind that top trio. She is the stoutest in terms of her pin width, and the way she goes to the ground comes with some added foot size and feature underneath. To me, she's a little quicker in her design. She's one that's certainly plenty heavy condition there as you study her in her chest floor, and just her overall look here from the side profile. I like to see her set back in her angles there off of both ends to move her up in that second spot, but certainly right there on the side profile, she can give you a good look. I like that one's body shape. I like her added thickness when you get around and behind the cattle. Got a goggle-eyed heifer that comes here in fourth on the other end of the spectrum in terms of her maturity curve. I like her added scale, certainly long-bodied, one that reaches comfortably off of both ends, maybe just not the most attractive in terms of her hind leg and the way that it goes to the ground, but she's functional in terms of her type and kind. In this particular class, she gives up a bit more in terms of her look and her overall balance there through her front end. The heifer that comes next, moderate and easy keeping in her type and kind. I think that one's still plenty sound in terms of her basic movement there off of both ends, just a bit more jammed up in terms of her look, shoulders forward. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her chest floor and just where it sits in her from a balance standpoint. Female that closes certainly has a bit more length and scale in this final pair, one that I still think reaches plenty good out of her front end. To me, she's just a bit more restricted in her movement, hip and hind leg. She's one that doesn't balance up quite as appropriately here from the side profile. Good set of them there. I think certainly a standout class winner. Congratulations. Got a single entry here to close us out in our Hereford show, and one that I think you can certainly get pretty fired up about. She's so husky and bold in terms of her center rib, so stout and dimensional when you get right in behind the cattle. And as she step back off her, she's still pretty maternal in terms of her makeup, the way she's built there through her front end. She's sound off of both ends. In a perfect world, for as stout as she is up high and dimensional in terms of her overall makeup, I wish she had just a bit more foot size and overall bone work to kind of make it all balance up just a shot more appropriately. But from a function standpoint, this female's on point. Young man's got a great project here to continue on here through the remainder of the year. Congratulations. Well, as I said there at the start of our Hereford show, we started it with a bang, and we continued on with just immense quality all the way through to the end. Here in Class 1, I thought that was a female, in my opinion, just has such a good look here amongst her Hereford contemporaries. Her neatness in terms of her lines there about her crest and her jaw and her chest floor to open back so broody in terms of her midrib for her freshness in this stage of the game. One that's got more than enough just true power when you get riding behind the cattle and goes to the ground very comfortably off of both ends. Now, by comparison to those heifers that come directly behind her, she's probably not just naturally as big-footed, but I think she's got more than enough and gives you a very, very impressive view and makes you think she's got an awfully bright future. The heifer that comes out of Class 2 certainly comes with some added foot size underneath. I like that one's broodiness in terms of her center body. I like her stoutness when you get around and behind the cattle. She's probably not quite as tidy in terms of her look up through her front end, the crest, throat latch, and chest floor as the females that stand on either side of her, but certainly a good kind of cattle in terms of her basic build and design. The heifer that comes out of Class 3, again, has some awfully neat pieces. One that comes with some foot size, some length of body, some look from her shoulders forward. I think as you step right behind the cattle, she's still got plenty of just raw dimension that makes you think she's going to be a generator down the road. She's maybe a little piecey out here today amongst this set. It's probably one of her first shows and just needs a bit more time in the show barn. She wants to close up in her knee just a touch and turn out up front. She's as raw as any of them in terms of just her forerib shape, but the pieces are there, and I think a female that has a awfully bright future. The heifer that comes out of Class 4, certainly ready to fight, and that's not any criticism. I think this young man certainly just did his homework and put in the work to get one ready here for an early show. She's still very sound in terms of her general makeup. I like her cowiness in terms of her midrib, one that as you step back off her maybe doesn't blow you away in terms of where her chest floor sits in her, but everything makes sense on that female in terms of her maternal look through her front end, the way she's assembled in terms of her spine, the way she goes there off of both ends. I like the way that one's built there in terms of her center body shape. So a good set of them. Here, the young man that comes out of this last class, we just talked that one. Certainly stout and powerful as you step right in behind her. Just needs a bit more foot size and feature there underneath. But again, a very good set of them from start to finish. If you would, please put your hands together for all these Hereford exhibitors. I think these cattle certainly kind of do different things throughout the year. It's my personal preference out here, but a good set of them from start to finish. Congratulations.
Results from your champion Hereford Heifer drive. Your champion Hereford Heifer goes to exhibit number 389, Kalen Schrader. And reserve champion Hereford Heifer goes to Gentry Coulter. Congratulations, those top two exhibitors for your champion Hereford Heifer.
Well, I think again here we start off this particular breed of limb flexes with a very impressive individual, and one as you set her in motion, I think is when that one really gives you your best view. She's so sound off of both ends, so neat in terms of her lines, up-headed naturally in terms of just the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, fresh in terms of her composition, still has plenty of just true dimension in terms of her midrib and squareness from behind. Maybe like to stouten her up in terms of her foot size just ever so slightly, but again, here in a young heifer calf class, it's not going to be anything that trips her up. I think that one has an awfully bright future. Heifer that comes here in second offsets her in terms of just foot and feature underneath, one that's broody in terms of her center body and stout from behind. To me, as you step back off her, I think she can still give you a high-quality look in terms of her look and lines. I just like to set her back in her angles there off of both ends. When she takes off and goes, she doesn't want to remain quite as collected in terms of her movement because she's shot more forward in her shoulder and knee. Good class there. I think certainly a nice class winner. Congratulations. Another good pair here in our limmies on ring B, and a heifer that I used to win does so just in the way she's built there at the surface. I like that one's set to her knee, the way she's built there in her hocking as she goes to the ground. Still plenty of foot size. You step back off her, she's so broody in terms of her midrib and easy fleshing in terms of her type and kind. Heifer that's still fairly fresh in terms of her composition. I think that's one just in her general makeup. You probably have to keep track of that to make sure she doesn't get too far along just in the way she's assembled. But certainly one to me, I like that one's center body dimension. I like her squareness and her flexibility there off of both ends, and her look at this stage of the game there from the side profile. The heifer that comes here in second is just a bit neater and more extended, shoulders forward. One that is just a bit squarer from hooks to pins and still has plenty of look here from the side profile as you study her from her chest floor back into her flank. To me, she's not near as coordinated in terms of her movement, specifically there at her hock. I'd like to set her back in the angle to her shoulder knee just a touch to make that a bit of a closer pair up top. Good set back and forth. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Well, as Ryan finishes up in the mains, we're going to go ahead and finish up in our limousines. Just two classes here, but a great deal of quality. And I think some good differences back and forth between these two class winners. The heifer that comes out of Class 1, so youthful and fresh in her type and kind. I like that one's just reach and range of motion off of both ends as well as any of them here as we get them back out in our Limmy Drive. One that I like in terms of just the way she projects from her shoulder back into her center body and her squareness back out through her hip. As I said there in class, maybe you'd like to stouten her up in terms of her foot size as you compare her to her contemporaries out of this older class. But from an individual standpoint, she's got more than enough in that regard. Again, I like her look. I like her freshness. I like the way she remains so collected when she takes off and goes. After that comes out of Class 2, grabs another gear in terms of center body shape and depth. One that's still plenty comfortable in terms of her lower angles, and I think has more than enough just squareness when you step right in behind the cattle. The longer they're out here, a female that wants to get just a bit more broke down and not near as strong right there to the backside of her shoulder. With that, she's not quite as bold in terms of her forerib shape naturally as you study her down there around her heart. But a female you certainly like in terms of her comfort built into her surface at the surface. I like that one's softness in terms of her center body. So there's some good trade-offs back and forth between both these heifers, and again, they're pretty different in terms of their type and kind. I'm going to use this heifer here out of Class 1 to be your champion. Follow right up with Class 2. Congrats. Really a fun way to start us off in our high mains, and I dig this show calf. I think one that is so neat looking from the side profile in terms of her presence, shoulders forward, her bold round body type, and how it sits in her skeleton from a proportionality standpoint. I like that one's squareness back out to her hip and the way she goes to the ground. I'll be interested to see what comes through the remainder of this main show, because I think this one certainly gives you an exciting look there from the side profile and still highlights that with an awfully good set of feet and legs underneath. The heifer that comes here in this second spot, still one you like an awful lot in terms of her reach and range of motion off of both ends, her softness in terms of her center rib relative to this population of high mains, one that's not quite as out there looking from her shoulders forward there at the top side of her crest or down into her chest floor, not quite as long and square from her hook bones back out through her hip, but certainly a female in terms of her basics is on point. I think a very nice place to go there in second. The heifer that comes here in third, one that I think you certainly appreciate for her hip and hind leg assembly, specifically one that's so long and level back out through her hip, one that is so comfortable in terms of her hock and the way she goes to the ground with the right kind of foot and toe spread, one that as you work your way forward, she wants to run downhill just a touch. She's a bit more open there on the front side of her shoulder and just isn't quite as neat in terms of the way she balances from there on back, but certainly a female I like in terms of just her hip and hind leg construction, her added dimension when you get riding behind the cattle. The heifer that comes here next, certainly a smooth-shouldered kind of a female that actually balances up a bit more appropriately from the side profile than even the heifer directly in front of her. You send her into motion, she's just a bit quicker in terms of her type and kind. I'd like to see her go to the ground with a bit more comfort there from her hock down into her pastern. The female that closes out this particular class, still neat looking, shoulders forward, bold in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. To me, she's just been out-horsed in the turn to the center portion of her body. I'd like to see her set further back and angle to her shoulder and knee. Very good class there. I think a standout, impressive class winner. Congratulations. Really a good class over here in our main on Jews, and highlighted by a pair of them I think are exceptionally good. There's some good trade-offs back and forth between these two females, and I'll go ahead and dig in and tell you what I think about them. Heifer that starts us off, in my opinion, she's so long-bodied at times maybe it makes you think she's not quite as soft in terms of her lower body as the heifer that comes directly behind her, but the longer you analyze her, she's got plenty of softness in terms of her midrib, the way she's built back into her flank, and all the extras she brings to the table I think are certainly impressive. Between a pair of big-footed females, that one is even bigger just in terms of her hind leg. The way she's assembled there at the ground I think is certainly impressive. She's so tidy in terms of her throat latch and her chest floor, and her arrogance there through her front end has some added just strength and power working down the top side of her skeleton. Everything comes together so neat on that female, both on the stand as well as when set into motion. Maybe like to see her a bit longer and level her back out through her hip for as long as she is from the side, but a minor criticism on a female, puts a lot of neat things together. Just a world of quality there in that particular heifer. Not taking anything away from the one here in second. Again, just a big, comfortable, kind of a constructed female there at the surface. One that certainly has plenty of softness and just sweep to the base of her cage. I think certainly when set into motion, that one puts it all together with an impressive view just of cowiness and broodiness. To me, she wants to come apart just a bit more down her top line right there to the backside of her shoulder. She kicks up in her loin and ducks off in her pins just a touch. She's not quite as tidy there through her front end as that class winner. So some good trade-offs again back and forth. I think both of them are very high quality, and for different reasons. I think both of them are certainly in contention when we get them back out here after a bit. The heifer that comes here in third is no slouch, and one that I certainly appreciate for her moderation, her easy flesh and look, her soundness there off of both ends. In this tough class, that's one that just gets out horsed a bit in terms of skeletal width, in terms of foot size, in terms of just length and extension there on the profile. But from an individual standpoint, a heifer that does a lot of things right. We continue down the line. Young lady, if you want to go and spin around here, a heifer here in this particular pair just has more true power as you study her from behind. Just like to see her set further back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. See her smoother in terms of just where her shoulder sits onto her skeleton to work up any higher. But that's a broody, powerful kind of a female you got to appreciate for all those different aspects. The heifer that closes is just a bit neater from her shoulders forward in terms of just her look and presence. Again, one that's got plenty of just stoutness when you study her up high. She funnels a bit more to the base of her cage. I'd like to set her back in her angles and just see her more coordinated in terms of her movement there out of her hip and hind leg. Good class there. I think certainly an impressive top pair. Congratulations. Well, again, a very good class here, and highlighted by one that I think gives you a very impressive view, and one that just screams breeding value, in my opinion. That one's arrogance and presence through her front end is certainly impressive. She opens back so bold and powerful in terms of her center body, and so stout when you step right in behind her. I think that one certainly gets you fired up for what she can do whenever she's done showing, and still in the show ring here, that one gives you such an elite presence here from the side profile. Now, when you set her into motion, I'd tell you there's some areas that are a bit concerning for me long term, and I think more than anything just need to be managed correctly. She's one that is just a shade off right in behind her shoulder. She's a little short from hooks to pins, and wants to set on the outside of her hoof wall, or not, excuse me, her hoof wall. Just her width and the way she goes away is just a shade wide, but I think if managed correctly, then you could truly appreciate all the unique things that this one brings to the table, just in terms of look, presence, and power. Fun one to evaluate there, no question. The one that comes here in second, I think you certainly like for her softness and just her easy keeping look through her center body. One that, again, comes with plenty of foot size and feature. I like that one's neatness in terms of her shoulder. She's probably just a bit more realistic in terms of her base width when she turns and goes away. Not near as neat looking from her shoulders forward, not near as just eccentric in terms of just her flexibility there off her rear too, but certainly one that I like an awful lot in terms of her softness and her easy keeping look. The one that comes here in third is one that I think you certainly appreciate for her shape and dimension from up above. Wish she had that same feature. She goes to the surface, one that's not quite as neat in terms of her shoulder, and just all those things put together doesn't balance up quite as appropriately. The heifer that comes here in fourth, I think certainly one that you like in terms of just her length from the side, her levelness back out through her hip, her freshness there through her front end. To me, she just needs more softness to her center body to move up higher here in an awfully good class. Looks just a bit harsh out here today. Good class there. I think certainly an interesting and high quality kind of a class winner. Congratulations. Back over here in our high mains, we have another very impressive individual to win this class, and one that is so broody and massive in terms of her center body, so stout and powerful when you step right in behind him, and still very comfortable in terms of her lower angles. I like the way that one reaches and remains so loose in terms of her spine when she takes off and goes. It's along with that the longer she's out here, she wants to get just a little weak right in behind her shoulder. I wish we could strengthen her in that regard. And then as you reflect back on what we've seen to this point in this main show, she's maybe not quite as out there looking from her shoulders forward, but again, very cowy, moderate, easy keep in. Like that one's flexibility. I think, again, a very impressive individual to win this class. Heifer that comes here in second is one that I think you certainly appreciate for her added elevation there through her front end in this top pair. She's a bit stronger right in behind her shoulder, one that's still got plenty of turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. To me, she just needs to be set further back, an angle to her shoulder and knee, set down just a bit more comfortably there on her rear pastern, and then I think you can make that a bit more of a top pair than what it is here in this particular setting, but certainly appreciate that one's look and lines from the side profile. Heifer that closes, again, one that's strong in terms of her top line, got plenty of length back out through her hip, and she's plenty comfortable in terms of her angles when she takes off and goes. She wanted to take off and go right there. For her frame, I wish she had just a bit more softness in terms of her center body. Wish she was just a bit more attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg construction. Very good class there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Well, this is shaping up to be an awfully good breed drive here in a bit. We add another class winner that I think's awfully good to the mix, and one that is just so soft in terms of her center body, so comfortable in terms of her lower angles. A female, I think, certainly just reads very cowy and maternal in terms of her type and kind. Probably not just the wildest looking in terms of her throat latch or the way she's assembled there on the top side of her neck, and one that I'd like to lean up just a touch to the base of her cage. Just a little more jiggle here for the first show out of the gate there at the base of her rib. But one that I think certainly like in terms of her overall body shape, one that's comfortable off of both ends and certainly gives you a very maternal look there from the side profile. Therefore, that comes here in second. I certainly appreciate for her smoothness in terms of her shoulder, the way she transitions back into her forerib and center body, one that's very collected in terms of her lines here from the side profile. I like to stouten her up in terms of her feature as she goes to the surface. I like to set her back an angle to her knee just a touch to make that pair just a bit closer than what it is here today, but certainly a good kind of a female there in terms of her easy flesh and look and her moderation. Congrats to those exhibitors. I think a very nice class winner. Well, all the way through here in our mains, such an impressive set from start to finish. And my hat's off to each and every one of these kiddos that brings these back out here. Ryan, I guess, touched on it there earlier. We were talking about this main on Jew breed and just what they've done here in the last few years. And these cattle have gotten so good. And I think it's just for all the breeders that have put a lot of time and effort into them and just their options that they have there from a bull battery standpoint. As we study these heifers from an individual perspective, we started it all off in a very impressive fashion. The heifer that starts us off here in a very tough lineup coming out of Class 1 is still very much in contention. She is so neat, shoulders forward and good about her look and jawline. Throat latch, chest floor, everything makes sense. She opens back very bold and round in terms of her body type and still has the right kind of sweep into her flank. She's stout and square back out to her hip and comfortable in terms of her angles there off of both ends. She wants to bring her hock in just a touch and maybe doesn't have just as giant of a foot as the females that come directly behind her, but not many do in just general population. And so a female, I think, has a very bright future. Young man's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes out of Class 2 in kind of a big leg contest working that way, she wins the prize of having the biggest feet here in this particular lineup. I talked there earlier about that one's length of body here from the side profile, her freshness and her roundness in terms of her rib, her look here from the side profile. As you want to get critical of that one here in an area or two, it's mostly from an aesthetic standpoint. She's a bit more pronounced on the top side of her shoulder, maybe doesn't hook up quite as strong there, and I wish she was just a bit longer and level her back out through her hip, but so stout featured underneath. Comfortable in terms of her angles, soft in terms of her center body, and round in her rib. Still gives you a very good look here from the side profile. I think that's an interesting individual. Then we got this creature that comes out of this third class, and one that as you initially throw your eyes on her, it's hard to take your eyes off. She just hits you as hard to make livestock. You don't find very many of those as you travel around the country. One that is so up-headed and arrogant in terms of her presence. She's neat in terms of the front side of her shoulder. She opens back and just explodes into a body shape that's hard to replicate and powerful in terms of her pin set, and reads very comfortable in terms of her angles as you study her here from the side profile and set it in motion. As I said there earlier, she has some things from a management standpoint that I think will be a little tricky at times. That's not for me to decide on whether or not that needs to hinder a decision out here, because she is so unique in the pieces that she brings to the table. One, as I said there earlier, maybe you'd like to strengthen her right in behind her shoulder just a touch, lengthen her in terms of her hip, and see her just a bit more consistent and maybe a bit more realistic in terms of her width when she turns and goes away. But some fun pieces to sort there on a very unique piece of livestock. I think that one's very nice. The heifer that comes here to this next class, moderate, easy keeping, round and bold in terms of her body type. I like that one's hip and hind leg construction. One that, again, I think is going to make a very good cow for this young man. I like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and tidy her up on the front side of it just a touch, strengthen her right out of the back side of her shoulder just ever so slightly, but a good kind of a cattle there that comes out of that fifth class. Last class here, one that has so much sweep and turn to the base of her cage, very comfortable in terms of her angles down low, reads cowy and maternal in terms of her type and kind. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her throat latch and chest floor, just lean her up right there at the base of her rib. As I said there a minute ago, got a little bit of jiggle there for an early show here. I like to just freshen her up in that particular regard. Awesome set of them start to finish here in our main on Jews. Gets a guy fired up for the remainder of the show because it's been so good to this point. If you would, please put your hands together for all these kids. I'll get you a champion reserve. Great way to start us off here in our maintainer show. And the heifer that I used to win, maybe not want to cooperate near as much, but in terms of the basics of flexibility, the right kind of skeletal width and dimension as you study her in terms of her center body, her squareness from behind the cattle is absolutely on point. When she wants to cooperate, that one can give you an absolutely killer look. Up-headed and neat from her shoulders forward, soft in terms of her center body, fresh in terms of her overall composition. Just a very nice place to start here in this particular class. The heifer in second pushes her from the side profile, big-footed, soft, and has plenty of sweep to the base of her cage, neat in terms of her shoulder, and certainly has plenty of look and just levelness in terms of her lines. She takes off and goes, and the heifer that's just a bit more closed up in terms of her full rib shape is just a bit shorter and more often her hip. She can't quite keep up in terms of just her range of motion there off those rear two, and again, just not quite as opened up in terms of her overall full rib shape. Still a nice female as you study her from the side. The heifer that closes out this particular class, certainly one you like, again, in terms of her moderate, easy keeping look to the center portion of her body. A female to me, as you set her in motion, just got to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. Like to change her in terms of her toes and the way she hits the surface there up front. Good class there, top to bottom. I think a very nice class winner to get us started in our maintainer show. Congratulations. Really good class here and a great deal of numbers, quality all the way through. The red heifer that I used to win is one that I think does so just in the way she's assembled there at the surface. That one's base width and skeletal build is on point in terms of her foot size and flexibility. That one, the way she goes there off of both ends, sets the stage for this particular class, in my opinion. One that's so loose in terms of her center spine, neat in terms of where her shoulder lays onto her body, and still projects with the right kind of look from there on forward. Opens up with a very fresh and bold kind of a body type. In a perfect world, you make her hip just a shade longer. Like to see that tail head lay into the backside of her hip just a touch neater, but minor things in my opinion whenever they move like that at the ground, whenever they have that kind of fresh, bold body type and look from the profile. The heifer that comes here in second pushes her because she's just a bit longer and square back out through her hip. She's round and bold in terms of her body type. Still neat looking here from the side profile. When they take off and go is where I sort her in second. I don't think she's out of bounds, but by comparison, I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder knee, square her up at her knee when you work her on the front side of the cattle, and I think that allow her to have just a bit more true forerib shape when you compare those top two cattle. Very high quality, both of them. My hat's off to each and every one of those exhibitors. The heifer that comes here in third is one that I like in terms of just her bold turn to the upper portion of her rib cage and her look here from the side profile on the stand. As you step back off her, I think that one takes her neck high to the top side of her shoulder. She's got some added foot and feature there between 2 and 3. In that particular pair, she's got the advantage. One, to me, from that same three-quarter shot, I'd like to open her up in terms of her forerib shape, see her just a bit bolder, more genuine back into her flank. A heifer that doesn't have near as much just true punch down through her center stifle and lower quarter is what she does working down the top side of her skeleton. So just like to see it all balance up and be just a bit more consistent in terms of her width, but a high-quality female nonetheless that you like at the surface. The heifer that comes here next, moderate, easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, dense in terms of her general makeup. She's one that I wish she just had a bit more foot size and feature at the surface to match her dimension that she has from there on up. A female, too, I'd like to see just a bit smoother right there in the feature to her shoulder to make her a move up a spot or two, but certainly appreciate her moderate, easy flesh and kind here in this particular class. Heifer that comes here next, just a bit longer, more extended throughout than the heifer that comes directly in front of her. I like that one's look and extension, shoulders forward, her length back out through her hip, and her softness through her center body. She needs to be set back in the angle through her shoulder and knee, just have a bit more true heel when you study her there off those rear two. Then I think you can appreciate what she has when she's stopped and set up. The heifer that comes here next, again from the profile, can give you a quality look. She's deep-sided, she's smooth-shouldered, she takes plenty of look out of the top side of her shoulder with some added extension. She's just a bit one-dimensional. As you study her from a three-quarter shot, she wants to be a bit flatter in her heart and forerib. Doesn't have that same width and squareness when you step right in behind the cattle. Heifer that comes here next, big-footed and comfortable in terms of her lower angles, and that's something I'm always drawn to. A heifer that's long and level in terms of her design down the top side of her skeleton. I wish she had just a bit more true turn to the base of her rib cage where she's a bit flatter throughout. Wish we could square her up right there at her knee just a touch. The heifer that comes around here next offsets her in that regard. She is square in terms of her base width up front. She's one that has plenty of turn to the upper portion of her rib cage, just a little quick and more compact in her type and kind here from the side profile. I think if you could see a bit more extension throughout and flexibility there out of her hock, then that one moves up a spot or two. Heifer that comes here next, long and extended in terms of her type and kind. For her added frame, I wish she had a bit more softness right there through her center body. Wish she was just a shot more attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg, but appreciate that one's added performance amongst this set of contemporaries. Got kind of a old school Simmental Mark I coming around here next, and she too's awfully shapely down the top side of her skeleton, just not near as coordinated in terms of her movement, not near as well balanced as you study her there from the side profile. Good class there. I think certainly a nice top pair. Congratulations. back over here in our maintainers. Such a good class. And I think this top pair, both of them, extremely high quality, pretty elite in terms of their type of kind for different reasons, honestly. Just try to get the most impressive livestock to the top of the class, and these two do it in very different fashions. The red heifer here, in my opinion, quite a bit smoother and just more consistent in terms of her width from her shoulder back into her four-rib center body as you step right in behind her in terms of her pin width, the way she goes to the ground, very square and collected in terms of her movement. I prefer that one just in terms of her hock and the way she uses it. A heifer, to me, as you step back off her, just remains more collected everywhere. She's one that's up-headed and neat, very ladylike from her shoulders forward. Again, very symmetrical from her chest floor back into her four-rib center body flank. The way she's built there out of the backside of her shoulder and then back out through her hip, I'd give her the edge just in terms of length and levelness in that particular area. Female that everything makes sense on this one, in my opinion. She does a lot of things right to a very high quality and impressive fashion, and I think she just improves that whole view when she takes off and goes, which is how I think the best kind of livestock are truly highlighted, is whenever they take off and go. The heifer that comes here in second is out there looking, and almost similar to our high mane earlier that we talked about, one that is so massive and opened up in terms of her center body, so wild and powerful in terms of her pin set, so flexible in terms of her angles underneath, and has a very proud and arrogant kind of a look from her shoulders forward. To me, she just needs to be stronger, riding behind her, shoulder up high, bolder in her heart and forehead. I'd like to lengthen her and see her level her from hooks to pins, where she wants to be a bit shorter more often in that particular area, just not near as coordinated in terms of her movement as the heifer that comes directly in front of her. But that's some harsh criticisms on a female. It's got some wild, fun pieces to breed on. I think a very unique animal in her own right that's impressive to view. The heifer that comes here in third, smoother in terms of her shoulder, certainly one that is bolder in terms of her forerib, or just hooks up stronger, honestly, from her shoulder back into her forerib. Still gives you a very neat look in terms of her build back into her flank to the base of her rib cage, one that's long and level back out to her hip and comfortable in terms of her hind leg construction. I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee, and she gets out horse just a bit in terms of her overall dimension when you compare her back to those two heifers that come directly in front of her. Still a female I like an awful lot when stopped and set up. Heifer that comes here in fourth, big-footed, certainly soft and easy keeping in terms of her center body. A female that gives you a good look when this young lady gets her set up, and she does do a great job getting this one set up and shown. To me, from that three-quarter shot, she flattens quite a bit more in terms of her body shape. She's quite a bit flatter and just more closed up in terms of her stifle and the way she's built right there at her hock. But certainly a female, as this young lady gets her parked, can give you a killer look. The heifer that comes here next is one that I like an awful lot in terms of her added shape and dimension when you study her to the upper portion of her rib cage. One that as you study her down low still has the right kind of sweep and balance to the base of her body. As she takes off and goes is where she sorts down the line. Just like to see her more comfortable in terms of her knee and the way she uses it. One that I wish had just a bit more athleticism built into her hind leg as well. Female that comes here next, long and level in terms of her design as you study her to the top side of her skeleton. One that certainly has enough softness and easy keeping look to the base of her cage and a giant hind leg. To me, she needs to be set back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. She doesn't have that same just elevation and look there through her front end to move up higher here in this particular class. The heifer that comes here next, I think, has some very impressive pieces. Very neat from her shoulders forward. Very soft in terms of her center body. Still has more than enough true power and dimension to the upper portion of her rib cage. Looks to me like she's nursing a bit of an injury. She's wanting to limp a bit on her back right. Never get just a great read in terms of what her hind skeleton does, but certainly a female. It's got some fun pieces. The heifer that comes here next, certainly one you like for a cowy look to her center body. One that's plenty comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. Like to freshen her up and see her leaner and just more ladylike in her appearance from her shoulders forward. Good class there. I think a very impressive top pair. Well, it just keeps coming here in our maintainers, and a heifer that I used to win, maybe from a different mold, just in terms of her features. She's so stout in that particular regard. Got plenty of just opened up kind of a body shape. Maybe one that hits you just a shot more club calfy as we think about what we've seen to this point, but certainly quality, no doubt, in terms of her angles, her body shape. Her squareness and her stoutness from behind still gives you a very impressive look here from the side profile in terms of her lines. Not quite as just ladylike in terms of her jawline, not quite as long and extended shoulders forward, but certainly a female that I'm drawn to in terms of her dense kind of a foot shape, overall bone work, body shape, and overall squareness when you get right in behind her. A nice place to start here in this particular class. Heifer that comes here in second, I'll tell you, if we could take 2, 3, and 4 and just kind of mash them all together, then I think we'd be pretty fired up about what we have. They all kind of come in different shapes and sizes here. The heifer in second is one that I'd like to change in her upper hip. She's a little short and off in terms of her upper hip, but outside of that, she's bold and fresh in terms of her body type. She's one that's as comfortable as any of them in terms of her lower angles. Still has plenty of look from her hook bones forward in terms of her top line construction and her neck and the way that it comes out of the top side of her shoulder. So outside of that one area, again, she's bold, she's massive, she's flexible. That one needs to go second. The heifer that comes here in third, one that I think you certainly appreciate for just her look and her lines from the side profile. I like that one in terms of her length and extension, shoulders forward, and the way she's assembled from her hook bones back from the view on the side profile. To me, it's from a three-quarter shot where she works into third. She's a bit more closed up at her knee and at her forerib shape. She's one that wants to be a bit more high in terms of her flank and doesn't have near as much just genuine dimension when he's separating behind the cattle. But again, stopped and set up right there in the profile, she can give you a good look. The heifer that comes here in fourth, moderate and easy keeping in terms of her center body, I'd give her the advantage in this particular pair in terms of just turn to the upper portion of her rib cage and squareness from behind the cattle. Her issue is when you work her on the front side. I wish we could close her up in terms of just her base width there on the front side of her skeleton, set her back and angle to her shoulder knee. Then I think you'd appreciate just the broodiness and the cowiness this female has working through the center portion of her body. So we continue down the line. A bit more of the same comes here next. One that is so massive in terms of her midrib, so powerful in terms of her pin width when you get right in behind the cattle. I like to see her just a bit more conservative in terms of her base width and just where her shoulder lays onto her body up front. I think that'll allow her to hook up stronger back into her heart and forerib. And again, then I think you'd appreciate just the moderate, easy keep-in, powerful look that this particular female has. The one that comes here next has a bit more size and maturity, her long-term maturity in terms of her growth pattern than the female that comes directly in front of her. I like this one's length and extension from the side profile. Wish we could change her up in terms of her balance to the base of her rib. She's a bit more forward and deep in her chest versus the cutting back up into her flank. Not near as just neat in terms of her presence to the top side of her crest or down into her throat latch. But again, long, extended, and high performing in terms of her type and kind. The heifer that closes out, again, one that's got some added stoutness and punch when you get right in behind the cattle. Just like to see her go with a bit more flexibility and athleticism in terms of her overall skeleton. Good set there. I think a nice top pair. Congratulations. single entry here in our maintainer show, a silver female that I think certainly you like an awful lot of things about. Bold and massive in terms of her mid-rib, stout and dimensional when you get right in behind this heifer. Still gives you an impressive view here from the side profile. She takes off and goes, and I'd like to just relax her in her angles off of both ends, see her a bit longer and just more, I guess, even in terms of her toe. She's a little short there off those rear two, but a heifer I like in terms of just her density and her overall appearance when he gets her stopped and set up here on the side profile. Congratulations to him. Well, we add just another impressive individual to our maintainer lineup whenever we get them back out here in a bit, and one that I think you certainly could get pretty fired up about in her own right. So comfortable in terms of her lower angles, soft and easy keeping in terms of her center body shape and dimension. One that reads very comfortable in terms of her center spine. A female that just everything makes sense on this heifer in terms of her balance and her symmetry from the side profile. Probably not just the wildest looking in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward or just her depth in terms of her throat latch and chest floor, but she's still pretty fresh in terms of her composition. Again, I like this one's just maternal view here from the side profile, and it's highlighted when she takes off and goes with that right kind of flexibility at the surface. Nice class winner. Congratulations. Back over here in our Tainer Drive, I think this set came together very, very well, and some elite pieces, in my opinion, as we get them back out here. We started it all off in an impressive fashion here in Class 1, one that's up-headed, neat-looking shoulders forward. In that particular class, she had just more true body shape and dimension while still having the advantage in terms of skeletal correctness and flexibility off of both ends. Probably not quite as just extended or out there looking in terms of her lines as a couple of the heifers that come directly behind her, but a heifer that in terms of her basics is certainly on point. Got the darker red white flanked heifer that comes here at a class 2 and 1 outside of a singular area. I think does a lot of things right. Big footed, comfortable at the surface, soft in terms of just her center body makeup, neat in terms of her shoulder, and good looking from there on forward. I'd like to see her longer and square from hooks to pins, and then I think that one really becomes in contention if you could change her in that one particular area. Without it, I think she's still in the hunt. The heifer that comes out of this third class, in my opinion, one that just hits you hard, and then the longer you analyze her, is very hard to put a major hole in. Her foot size and shape, her general bone work, her flexibility off of both ends really sets the stage for what she has from there on up. Her softness in terms of her center body, her neatness and freshness in terms of her chest floor, and then the way she's constructed down her top line and back out through her hip is certainly my kind. I like this one's look and just her overall symmetry here from the side profile. Again, I think she's got some extras. She's got some out there pieces. As much as anything, it's hard to put a hole in that particular female. Young lady's doing an exceptional job getting that one shown. The second that comes behind her is certainly in contention, and so I'll talk about her now. That one is certainly unique in terms of what she brings to the table. Again, high-headed and arrogant in terms of her presence, one that's so opened up and massive in terms of her body shape and wide in terms of her pin set, flexible in terms of the way she goes at the surface. It makes it harder for her to keep it all together when she takes off and goes. A heifer that to me is just a shade earlier maturing. I'd like to strengthen her right in behind her shoulder. I'd like to pick her up and just see her longer from hooks to pins, and then I think that pair gets even closer to what it already is. Both those females, extremely high quality and for different reasons. Heifer that comes out of this next class, big featured, dense in terms of her body, certainly has plenty of just natural thickness when you get riding behind the cattle. I'd like to pick her up and see her more extended shoulders forward, shorten her in terms of her shoulder depth just a touch to put her just a bit more in contention with the cattle that come directly in front of her in class. The one that comes out of this next class, silver female, that's certainly round in terms of her body type and stout when you get riding behind the cattle. I'd like to set her back in her angles just a touch there off of both ends. Again, I'd like to reconstruct her in terms of her hoof and the way she goes to the ground, but certainly a good-looking one here from the side profile. Got some added stoutness when you get riding behind her. The female comes out of this last class, one that covers the basics so well in terms of just her angles and her flexibility here off of both ends, her softness and her symmetry from her sternum and how she feeds back into her flank, the way she remains so collected in terms of her top line. She's probably not just the most out there in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward. She doesn't just blow you away in terms of her build from hooks to pins, but again, a female that does a lot of things right in terms of her basics. Again, a good set of them start to finish here in our maintainers. There's two of them that stuck out to me and hit me pretty hard, and for different reasons. We're going to keep these two out of Class 3 together as your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Your results over in ring B, your champion maintainer heifer goes to exhibitor number 444, Riley Green, and your reserve champion maintainer heifer goes to exhibitor number 565, Whitney Somm. Congratulations to those top two exhibitors for your champion and reserve maintainer heifer.
Really a nice pair of them here to start us off in our main Angus show. And the heifer that I used to win just has more comfort built into her front end. Skeleton, the way she's assembled their shoulder to knee to ground is the way that I'd like to see them built in terms of her angulation. One that to me just takes a longer, more athletic step as well off of her rear two. She's opened up and massive in terms of her center body and just has an easy keeping look about her. One that I think in comparison you'd like to see her just a bit bigger footed as you study her and the heifer that comes directly behind her. But big picture, that one's sound. She's big bodied. She's easy fleshing in terms of her type and kind. I think a very nice place to start here in this class. The heifer that comes here in second, again, a bit bigger footed and just has more general bone circumference. As you step around the backside of her, she's got just a bit more punch and turn through the center portion of her body and still can give you a good look here on the side profile. Biggest thing for me is I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. I'd like to see her get out and go with just a bit more comfort and authority there off those rear two. Good pair of them back and forth. I think a great way to start us in our Man Angus show. Congratulations. Well, it just keeps coming, and I tell you, I've just been truly impressed to this point of how much quality we've seen through each and every one of these classes. Typically, you got to wait until you get to the drive to get some good stuff back out here, but each and every one of these classes, I thought the depth of quality has been good, and we see that again here in this particular class of Maine Angus. The heifer that wins this class does so because she's just more massive everywhere, and her body shape is on point, still fresh in terms of her composition, one that is still my preference in terms of her angles and the way she's assembled there at the surface with that added flexibility. Heifer, as you step back off her, maybe isn't just the most tidy right there in her throat latch or the way she's built in her chest floor as heifer that comes directly behind her. But again, everything makes sense on that one in terms of her feature about her skull, her body shape, her squareness, her reach, and her athleticism. I think it's certainly on point. Young man's doing a great job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes here in second, I think pushes her because she's just a bit more eccentric in a few areas. She's a bit higher tie, and she's neater in terms of her throat latch, a bit more tidy, excuse me, in terms of just her chest floor, one that still has enough softness in terms of her center body and fill back into her flank, reaches comfortably there off of both ends. As you analyze her from a three-quarter shot, I'd just like to open her up in terms of her forerib. I'd like to square her up from hooks to pins, and then I think you'd truly appreciate all those extras she brings there from the side profile. The heifer that comes here in third hit a buzzsaw of a class, but I think certainly one that's massive in terms of her mid-rib, easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, just a moderate build in general, and still fairly sound in terms of her hip and hind leg. Like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee, and as much as anything, just lean her up in her composition. I think that certainly elevate just her look there from the side profile. Good class there. I think a very nice top pair. Congratulations. Really a striking heifer here at the front of the lineup. One that, again, attractive in terms of her lower skeleton, fresh and bold in terms of her rib cage. One that I think certainly gives you just a very impressive, well-balanced look here from the side profile. Nothing sticks out as a major improvement needed. To me, she's not near as confident in terms of her step there off of her back left. I don't know what's going on there as far as maybe she's a little tender in that particular area, but her angles still read very adequate. And again, I like that one shape, her body, her freshness, her look there from the side profile. Great place to start here in this particular class. Red Heifer that comes here next, certainly one you like in terms of her added size and scale. Still plenty of softness in terms of her midrib to balance up appropriately here from the side profile. She, to me, isn't quite as just out there looking in terms of her throat latch and where her chest floor sits in her from a forward standpoint. One that I'd like to set back an angle to her knee just ever so slightly, but certainly a big-bodied, big-scaled kind of a female that you appreciate a lot of things about. Heifer that comes here in third certainly offsets her in terms of her fresh and youthful look from her shoulders forward. Still plenty of soft turn to the base of her rib cage and plenty of comfort in terms of her hip and hind leg. One that's been out horse just in terms of her foot size and feature. A bit flatter in terms of her heart and forerib, and I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder as well, just a touch. Good set of them there, in my opinion. A very nice class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Just a single entry here, but one that I think certainly can withstand a great deal more competition. One that's long in terms of her type and kind, the way she's built back out through her hip. Allows her to take a very athletic stride in terms of her rear too. One that's fresh in terms of her body type. Just gives you a very fault-free look here from the side profile. In a perfect world, and it's mostly from an aesthetic standpoint, and I think she just needs to decide how she wants to stand out here. But I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder just ever so slightly. But when she takes off and goes, it still all comes together. Again, that one's balanced. Her look and her lines for having that much length in terms of her build from the side profile is certainly on point. Congratulations to this young man. Well, we come to a close in another breed drive in our main Angus. We're very good from start to finish. We started it off with this heifer here out of Class 1 that I thought was so good in terms of just her moderation, her easy keeping look in terms of her center body. In that particular class, she was my preference in terms of her skeletal build and flexibility there off of both ends. Probably not just near as out there looking in terms of her length and extension here from the side profile or her foot size as the heifers that come behind her. But in terms of her basics, that one's certainly on point and a great way to start us off in this drive. The heifer that comes out of Class 2, and to me that was the toughest class that we had. I thought this one certainly was impressive in terms of just her squareness and her base build underneath, her angles and the way that she moves off of both ends to have that kind of body shape and freshness and squareness when you step right in behind the cattle. Still, as you get back off for one that gives you a killer look on the profile, maybe her natural head carriage isn't the most little kid friendly, but he's doing an awesome job getting her shown. And when he gets her head thrown up, that one can give you just a killer brood cow look. I think she's pretty fun to evaluate. The second that comes directly behind her, pretty different in terms of her type and kind than our class winner, but another one that's in contention to me. Very neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, youthful in terms of her type and kind. I like that one's round turn to the center portion of her body, and she's still got plenty of just true dimension from behind, comfortable in terms of her lower angles. She's one I'd like to see stronger right out of the backside of her shoulder, and I think with time she could certainly improve in that area. I'd like to see her just a bit longer and square from hooks to pins, but a female gives you a killer look from the side profile, awfully good at the ground. The heifer that comes out of this next class, again, soft and easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. She's comfortable in terms of her angles and gives you a very balanced look from the side profile. No major holes in this particular female. She's not near as confident in terms of her step there off that back left, as I pointed out earlier, and I think that's probably just throws her off when she takes off and goes. She doesn't want to carry herself with near as much just presence, but certainly a female in terms of her basics and the way she's assembled at the surface is on point. The heifer that comes out of this last class, very long and extended in terms of her type and kind, comes with some added foot size underneath and still comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. I like that one's just fresh body type here amongst this set of contemporaries in our main Angus show. As I said there earlier, I'd like to set her back an angle to her shoulder and knee just a touch, and I think that'll allow her to hook up a bit stronger right there in her heart and forward. Good set of them, start to finish here in our main Angus. I think it's been a fun show to evaluate. To me, there's two that stick out, and they're for different reasons. These two out of Class 2, we're going to keep them together as our champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Your results from class number 53, Shorthorn plus Heifers. In first place goes the exhibitor number 346, Logan Breechneeder. And in second place goes the exhibitor number 316, Shayla Santic. And in fourth place goes the exhibitor number 419, Emily Scott. And in third place goes to exhibitor number 96, Caden Ray. And in fourth place goes to exhibitor number 419, Emily Scott. And then in fifth place goes to exhibitor number 511, Colt Pickerel. Congratulations to those top 5 exhibitors out of class 53 in Ring A. Your results in Ring B, your champion main Angus heifer goes to exhibitor number 551, Lawson Grauer, and your reserve goes to exhibitor number 474, Kinsley Moore. Congratulations, those top 2 exhibitors out of your main Angus heifer drive.
Back over here in Ring B, Purebred Shorthorn Show starts off, and I think certainly a trio of females that bring a great deal of utility to the ring. Probably a little bit of a trickier decision on where you want to land. Each and every one of these heifers is pretty different in terms of their type and kind. I probably could tweak each and every one of them just a shade in an area or two. The heifer that I used to win, to me, is the closest to my ideal in terms of just her look and her presence there through her front end, her freshness and her lateness and maturity, one that is the closest in terms of just her skeletal build and her flexibility there at the surface. I'd like to see her just a shot more attractive in terms of her hind leg and how she uses it, just a little uncoordinated in that particular area, and I'd like to reassemble her in terms of her tail head and the way that comes together. Her forerib could be just a shot bolder, but again, big picture, that one gives you a good look. She's sound as any at the surface and still has the right kind of fresh turn to the base of her rib cage. I think a nice place to start. The heifer that comes here in second, quite a bit just more dense in terms of her type and kind, stouter featured as you study her there at the surface. A heifer that not necessarily wanting to cooperate. I think as she takes off and goes, she probably gives you as good a look as any in terms of her collection of her top line. As he gets her stopped, that's one that wants to just drop her front end. She's a bit shorter and rounder out to her hip, not near as just confident in terms of her lower skeleton, the way she uses it. The heifer that closes out here in this particular class, a bit fresher in terms of her type and kind, one that is just a bit cleaner in terms of her lines there between 2 and 3. I like to set her back and her angles off of both ends, just see her more comfortable in terms of her lower skeleton. Good class there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations.
Your results from class number 55 and 56. In first place goes exhibitor number 106, Scott Graves. And in class 56, in first place goes exhibitor number 317, Cora Schroeder. Congratulations. Those both of exhibitors from class 55 and 56. Now into the ring is your champion Shorthorn Plus Heifer Drive. Classes 57, 58, and 59. Let's make our way to the makeup arena. Classes 57, 58, and 59.
Really an impressive way to start in this particular class. A female that wins in about every regard, in my opinion. Her comfort at the surface, her smoothness in terms of her joints, the way she's assembled from her chest floor back into her center body and flank, one that reads so right in terms of just her proportions here from the side profile and her neatness in terms of her shoulder. Still gives you a very cowy maternal look there through her front end. Again, I think a pretty clear-cut place to start. Young man's doing a great job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes here in second, I think most closely resembles my class winner in terms of her center body shape and dimension. A heifer that has the same kind of outer line here from the side profile in terms of her look and the presence there out of her front end. I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee just ever so slightly and see her smoother from her shoulder back into her forerib. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her tail head sets into the backside of her hip to make that a bit of a closer decision there up top. The heifer that comes here next, certainly one that's collected in terms of her top line. And in this final pair, I prefer her hind leg and the way she sets down with some added flexibility. To me, for her added frame, I just like to see her softer in terms of her midrib. I like to change her up in terms of her balance there from her chest floor back into her flank. She runs the wrong direction just a touch, but certainly a sound and comfortable kind of a female as you study her there at the surface. The heifer that closes us out here certainly has the advantage in terms of just foot size and feature, added dimension when you get right in behind the cattle in terms of her upper pin set. As you step back off of her, that's one I'd like to see just softer throughout. In terms of her midrib, she looks a little harsh in that particular area. She too needs to be set back in her angles and just smoother in her joint work throughout. Good set there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Another good class here in our purebred shorthorn show, and a good pair of them here up top. The heifer that I used to win, to me, just a shade more ladylike in terms of her skull. I really like this one's basic look here from the side profile, one that's good in terms of her chest floor, opens back very maternal and honest in terms of the sweep to the base of her rib cage, has just a bit more true turn in terms of her full rib and the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her center body, collected in terms of her top line and very comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. That's one to me, by comparison. Maybe you'd like to set her back in the angle to her shoulder just a touch, one that could have just a bit more stoutness in terms of her foot size. But a minor criticism to me on a heifer that puts a lot of good things together. The reason I leave them the way that they are is the heifer that comes here in second isn't just a major improvement in terms of her knee set and the way she's assembled there out of her front end. This is a heifer that to me has plenty of length and extension here from the side profile, a heifer that certainly has plenty of depth in terms terms of her center body. She's attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. To me, I'd still like to set her back and her angles up front. When she takes off and goes, she wants to throw them just a bit more there out of her front end. From a 3/4 shot, I'd like to open her up in terms of her heart and forehead and see that added dimension she has up above, carried just a bit deeper down into her center stifle and lower quarter. Good pair of them back and forth. I think some good trade-offs. Both females awfully nice. Young man has one here in third. I think certainly it is easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, moderate in terms of just her mature cow size. One to me, I like to stouten her up in terms of her foot size, just reconstruct her in terms of her hind leg and her upper hip. She's a little shorter, more off in her hip, and assemble just a bit straighter right there at her hock. In this final pair, to me, she's just a bit smoother in terms of her shoulder. The heifer that closes us out, here's one that certainly has that added foot size, bone work, stoutness, dimension when you study him from behind. She's one to me. I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee, see her just smoother in terms of her general makeup, where she appears just a bit rounder and coarser throughout. Good set of them, in my opinion. They're up top, an awfully nice pair. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Three very different heifers out here, and they're all in pretty different stages just in terms of their maturity curves and where they're at condition-wise. The heifer that I used to win is the one that I feel the most confident in terms of her lower skeleton. Easily has the most comfort built into her pastern, one that's set the furthest back and angled to her shoulder and knee, still the broodiest in terms of her center body makeup, one that gives you a quality look here from the side profile. She's not the highest high or just the longest from her shoulders forward or just the most tucked up in her chest floor, but I think she's plenty adequate in those regards. And again, one that reads so honest in terms of her cage, certainly has the most true flexibility and just squareness built into her lower joints. I think a very impressive place to start here in this particular class, and looking forward to evaluating her again in our drive for our show horns. The heifer that comes here in second is one that I'm drawn to for her freshness and her look. That one is up-headed, neat from her shoulders forward, still opens back, very progressive in terms of her center body and her fill back into her flank. Plenty of stoutness and dimension when you study study her from up above and has plenty of set built into her shoulder and her knee. Honestly, she's just not the most attractive in her hind leg. She's got a little extra feature to the backside of her hock. She doesn't set down just quite as confidently in terms of her passer. And I think if you could change her in that particular area, then that becomes a bit more of a debate between first and second than second and third. The heifer that comes here in third out horses her just in terms of foot size and feature dimension when you get riding behind the cattle. She's the stoutest in this particular class and has the most outward curvature in terms of her center body. As I step back off her, she's the one that I'm the most concerned with in terms of her angle of her front end, where her shoulder and her knee sits in her, one that I'd like to just tidy up throughout and see her fresher in terms of her composition, throat latch, chest floor, back into her flank, see her a bit longer and leveler in terms of her top line, how she's built back out through her hip. That's getting harsh on a heifer that is very highly presented, very attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg, and still has more than enough just true stoutness to generate down the road. I think a very good class in general from top to bottom. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Well, again, a very tough class of short-horn heifers, and the heifer that I used to win is a bit for the same reasons as that last class. She's set further back and angled to her shoulder and knee, one that I just feel more confident in terms of her spine and the way she carries it out here when she gets out and goes. Heifer to me that's so broody in terms of her center body and just dimensional in terms of her makeup. Heifer that's awfully square when you step right behind the cattle. And as much as you step back off her and maybe say she's not just the most wild looking there about her skull shape and her throat latch and maybe to the top side of her neck, everything makes sense on this female. She's very cowy, very maternal in terms of her makeup. Again, fresh and dimensional in terms of her type of kind and comfortable in terms of her angles there at the surface. A nice place to start. The heifer that comes here in second, young man's doing a great job getting this one shown. She's a bit tidier there on the bottom side of her jaw, down into her chest floor. A female that progresses out of her sternum back into a deep flank. She's pretty attractive in terms of the way they have her presented in her hip and hind leg. When she takes off and goes, I'd like to set her back an angle to her shoulder and knee. I'd like to see her set down with just a bit more comfort in terms of her hock. She wants to jab it in the ground just a bit more, I guess, with more authority than what I personally like to see. But certainly a stout and powerful kind of a female that I appreciate for her fresh look there from the side profile and her added cleanliness in terms of her lines. The heifer that comes here in third is again one that's stout and square when you get right in behind the cattle, and she's fresh in terms of her lines here from the side profile. One that looks like to me she probably makes some pretty fun show steers just in terms of her width and her squareness up above. To go ahead and ride her off as that, I'd like to see her set back in her angle to her knee just a touch, see her go to the ground with just a bit more foot size. But again, top side of her skeleton, she is high tying, long and extended shoulders forward, long and square in terms of her hip design. I think certainly some fun pieces there to breed on. The red white-legged heifer that comes here next. Go ahead and peel around here, young man. Heifer here that's sound. She's got body. Female that's certainly easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. Here in this show ring setting, one that's probably just not quite as, I guess, attractive in terms of her hind leg. A female doesn't set down with near as much just confidence in terms of her hock, just a shade frailer in terms of her general makeup there at the surface. But long, extended, soft-bodied, and a female that I think will certainly work in production for that young man. Congratulations, an awfully good class. Back over here in the Shorthorn side, got a single entry here that's not necessarily wanting to cooperate, but man, certainly has some interesting pieces. As you study her from right here, honestly, is where I think her best view is right there to the backside of her shoulder. So much squareness and shape and stoutness back out through her hip. She has plenty of outward curvature in terms of her center body and gives you an impressive look there from the side profile when she takes off and goes. And I think part of it is she's not necessarily wanting to cooperate, but I'd like to see her just more comfortable in terms of her step there out of her front end. She wants to throw them just a bit more. Wish she had just a bit more angle built into her hock, but certainly an impressive female. I think some fun pieces to breed on for this young man. Doing a nice job out here sticking with it. Good set there. Nice class winner. Looking forward to getting her back out here. Well, as we've seen throughout the day, a set of Shorthorns that I think you'd have to put a lot of miles on to get them all put in one ring again, just because the immense quality that you find that I think you don't see a lot of other places. The heifer that we started it all off with in Class 1, certainly one that's smooth built. In that particular class, she had just a bit more look and design here from the side profile. She's one that I preferred in terms of her skeleton, the way she's built there out of her front end. Doesn't necessarily want to cooperate, and she's been out horsed just a bit in terms of her dimension, but a female with a bright future. Then we get kind of in the thick of it here. Class 2 is one that I thought certainly has a lot of interesting pieces. To be that massive and bold in terms of her body type and have that kind of stoutness from behind, still very ladylike and maternal in terms of her appearance here from the side profile. Sounded comfortable in terms of her basic build. A heifer that I think is pretty on par in terms of just her composition here today. No major question marks on this one. I think she does a lot of things right. The young man's doing a great job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes directly behind her has just a bit more length and extension from her shoulders forward, one that's awfully neat just in terms of her jaw shape, opened up and maternal in terms of the sweep to the base of her rib cage, and comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. As I said there earlier, I'd like to set her back at an angle to her knee just a touch and see her intensified in terms of her bone work just ever so slightly, but a female does a lot of things right and can give you a very striking look here from the side profile. The heifer that comes out of Class 4, one that I thought in that particular class and even amongst this lineup is as sound as any of them in terms of her base build, her comfort at the surface. She's so opened up and massive in terms of her midrib for as fresh as she is in terms of her composition. As you step back off her, she's one that, again, just gives you a very high-quality look here from the side profile. She's not as high tie-in as a couple of these other females, maybe has just a bit more forward chest, but certainly a female that makes sense from there on back in terms of her proportionality, her angles at the ground. I think that's one that you're naturally drawn to in terms of her functionality, the way she's built at the surface. After that comes out of this next class, Hitchie is just dense in terms of her body type and stout when you get right behind the cattle. Again, in that class, she was my preference in terms of her skeletal build. Maybe not the most attractive in terms of her hind leg, but easily had the most just reach and range of motion there off of both ends of her skeleton. A female that reads very cowy and just stout featured in terms of her makeup as you study about her skull, the way she's assembled back into her center body. Certainly one that maybe you'd like to see a bit neater from her shoulders forward, and one that I think you'd like to see just a bit longer from her hook bones back. But big picture, that one does a lot of things right. Fun colored too, just a neat one to look at. The one that comes out of this last class, as I said there, from kind of an aerial view, or you get right in behind the cattle, she is so square and opened up out of the backside of her shoulder, has a great turn working out of her spine down into the center portion of her body, and big in terms of her pin set. She too can give you a good look here from the side profile. Just like to set her back in her angles, just relax her in terms of the way she's built there at the surface to make her just a shot more in contention. Guys, start to finish, a very, very impressive set of short horns out here. If you would, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors. I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve. a pretty clear-cut winner here in our first class of Showhorn Pluses, and one that just reaches so confidently there off of both ends, one that gives you so much mass in terms of her center body, square in terms of just that view, and you get right in behind her. A Heifer, to me, gives you a very, I guess, feminine look here from the side profile. In a perfect world, you'd like to strengthen her right in behind her shoulder, both up high as well as down into her heart and forerib just a touch, and I think part of that is she has so much body, it's hard to make that transition quite as neat right there to the backside of her shoulder, but a minor criticism on a female, I think, puts a lot of very fun things together. Hard to put together things that just in terms of her body, her reach, and her athleticism. A nice place to start. The Heifer that comes here in second is one that probably transitions just a bit smoother from her shoulder back into her forerib. Has even just as much true dimension when you get right in behind the cattle and study her down the top side of her skeleton. Got plenty of feature as you study her there at the surface. With all that, I wish she was just a bit neater right there in the front side of her shoulder. Has just a bit more projection in that particular area. Like to set her back in her knee and see her set down just a bit more comfortably there out of her hip and hind leg where she goes to the ground just a bit more restricted. The Heifer that closes, honestly, just the most immature out here today, but she's good looking shoulders forward. She's one that I actually prefer in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee there in that final pair. Again, just been out horsed a bit right there through her center body. She too could set down just a bit more confidently there from hock to ground. Good class there. I think a very nice class winner.
Your results from Ring B from your champion Shorthorn Heifer Drive. Your champion Shorthorn goes to exhibitor number 435, Colton Greenhorn. And your reserve goes to exhibitor number 80, Kinsley Carson. Congratulations, those top two exhibitors in the champion and reserve Shorthorn Heifer Drive.
Another very good class here, and I think there's some interesting debate between 2 and 3, but never a question on where to start. A white-legged female that does so just because of her comfort, the way she's assembled there at the surface with that, and I think she still highlights it all with the most true presence here from the side profile, up-headed, neat-looking, projects back awfully strong from her chest floor back into her center body and flank, one that's awfully collected in terms of her top line, and again, very fresh in terms of her composition, and still has plenty of outward turn to her center body. Again, a pretty decisive place to start here with that particular female. Again, 2 and 3 are ones that I thought you could certainly debate back and forth. I tell you, the heifer, the red and white female here, is one that I prefer in terms of her full rib shape and center body. She's stronger right there out of the backside of her shoulder, and one that I still actually prefer in terms of her lower skeleton. She's one maybe I'd like to clean up a bit in terms of her joints or just clip up a little bit tighter, but she actually has more true set to her knee. She's one that takes a longer, more comfortable stride out of her hip and hind leg. Biggest thing on this particular female is I'd like to see her just a bit neater right there on the front side of her shoulder, see her tail head come in just a bit, I guess, more consistent and lay in the backside of her hip a bit neater in this particular class. Heifer that just brings a lot of stoutness to the ring, and still my preference between 2 and 3 in terms of flexibility. The heifer that comes in third, certainly higher tying and more extended from her shoulders forward, probably just a bit longer in terms of her hip assembly, and her tail head does lay in neater to the backside of her hip. Young lady does a great job getting this one put together. When she takes off and goes, she's assembled just a bit more upright in terms of her shoulder and knee. With that, she wants to break right in behind her shoulder and get a bit tighter right there in her center spine. I'd like to see her just a bit bolder in terms of her heart and forerib, but certainly one that gives you a striking look, and the young lady's doing an exceptional job getting that one shown there from the profile. As we continue down the line, got a blue heifer that comes next. Again, stout and powerful. Guys, we'll go ahead and peel right around here. Stout and powerful in terms of her type and kind, opened up and broody in terms of her center body dimension. To me, she's just not quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg. One that I'd like to see have just a bit more set right there at her hock and square her up in terms of the way she uses it. She needs to be tidied up in terms of her chest floor just to put it all together there from the side profile and her balance. Female that closes out this particular class, that again, easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, has plenty of just true dimension when you get right in behind this particular heifer. She's one that's just a bit more restricted in terms of her movement, not near as ladylike in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. Very good class there. I think an impressive class winner. Congratulations. Back over here in a Showdown Plus show, I think an interesting trio and one that, in my opinion, wins here at the front because of her skeletal build. No different than what we've done all day. I'll be the first to tell you, she is the greenest here amongst this group of contemporaries. But to me, we're at one of the first shows of the year. They don't have to be just full-blown ready. I have more faith in this one's long-term look there through her front end, her freshness in terms of her chest floor, the way she reaches there off of both ends, specifically out of her front end over the two heifers that come directly behind her. She's got more than enough drop and turn to the base of her rib cage, more than enough spread and squareness when you get right behind the cattle. I think a female just has an incredibly bright future. Her basics and her pieces that she brings to this class, to me, are the most elite in terms of her lower skeleton. The red heifer that comes in second certainly outhorses her just in terms of center body shape and dimension. She's one that you like in terms of just her stoutness and squareness when you get right behind the cattle, and still has an up-headed quality look here from the side profile. As I said there, alluded to a minute ago, I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder knee just a touch and freshen her up in terms of her composition. I think that would elevate just her quality look here from the side profile. We'd lean her up just a touch and allow her to have just a bit more up-headed look and presence there through her front end. But certainly in terms of her basics, a female does a lot of things right. The black heifer that comes here in third, certainly striking when this young man gets her head kind of jerked up out of her shoulder. Her attractiveness in terms of her hip and hind leg, her softness in terms of her center body. She's the one that wants to open and kind of separate just a bit more in terms of her shoulder and the way she's built back into her forerib. I'd like to set her back and angle to her knee and see her set down just a bit truer in terms of where her feet hit the ground up front. I think that allow her to just remain more collected in terms of her top line when she takes off and goes. But again, young man's doing a killer job getting this one shown. She has some very fun pieces to evaluate just in terms of her hip and hind leg and her outward curvature in terms of her center body. Got a red and white heifer that comes here next that I like in terms of her squareness up high. A female that goes to ground with plenty of just foot size and feature. She's pretty clean in terms of her lines from the profile. With that, she's one that just reads a bit harsher in terms of her center body shape. She's one that's not quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg and as she uses it when she goes to the ground, but certainly a female that's lean in terms of her composition, one that I like in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. We continue down the line. Young man in the vest here that I like in terms of her center body. Certainly easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. I'd give her the edge there in that particular pair in that regard in terms of just her full rib shape and her fill back into her flank. A female that just appears to be a bit easier fleshing. To me, she's still a little uncoordinated in terms of her movement there off those rear two. I'd like to see her neater in terms of her shoulder set and her look from there on forward. Heifer that closes, I think, still has an awfully bright future, and young lady, has one that I like in terms of just her look and her freshness from her shoulders forward. One that comes with some added foot size relative to her size and frame. To me, she just needs to be opened up in terms of her center body. I'd like to see her just a bit fuller in terms of her heart and forerib. Good class there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Single entry here in our Showdown Plus show, one that's shapely up high and has plenty of turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. One to me, as you step back off her, pretty consistent in terms of her lines from her chest floor back into her flank. One that I'd like to see just a bit cleaner to the top side of her crest. Like to see her stoutened up or just intensified in terms of her bone work to make it all balance up just to shop more appropriately. But again, a stout and dimensional kind of a female when you study her from up above. Congratulations. Another single entry here to close us out in our Showhorn Plus show, and one that I think certainly like an awful lot of things about, specifically here from the side profile. That one's broody, center body makeup, one that certainly gives you a quality look here from the side profile. I think just her bone matches her body, her dimension, her overall just quality here from the side profile. In a perfect world, I'd like to see her have just a shade more extension, shoulders forward. I'd like to set her back an angle to her shoulder and knee just a touch, but certainly a cowie kind of a heifer to represent here this last class as we get them back out here for our Showhorn Plus show. Congratulations. Well, again, a good set of them here as we get our Showhorn Plus division back out here for our selection. Heifer that started us off there in Class 1 does a lot of things to a very impressive degree. She's sound and comfortable underneath, so big-bodied and massive in terms of her mid-rib, so stout when you step right in behind her, and still gives you a high-headed, neat look there through her front end. I'd like to strengthen her right in behind her shoulder, and honestly, as much as anything, and I know we're pretty early in the show season or jackpot season, but I think you could probably just take her a bit tighter in terms of her clip job there to the base of her rib cage. I think that'd really square her up and freshen her up to the base of her rib because she's got so much drop there in her center body. It almost takes away from her balance just a touch. But again, flexibility, center body, look, and presence, that one's on point. The white-legged female that comes here out of Class 2 is one that I'm drawn to just in terms of her reach and athleticism there off of both ends. She's one that's fresh in terms of her body, got enough stoutness when you get right in behind her, and up-headed, neat-looking shoulders forward. She's one I'd probably like to open up just a shade right in behind her, shoulder up high, just strengthen her in that particular area, right in her forerib. One that I think certainly outside of that does a lot of things right, and certainly at the ground is one you like in terms of just her reach and her overall flexibility. The heifer that comes out of Class 3, a bit more of the same. In that particular class, she had the most set in terms of her shoulder and her knee. She took the longest, most athletic stride there off her rear two, fresh and genuine in terms of her body type and just the leanest in terms of her composition. One, to me, as you get her back out here, like to see her longer and square from hooks to pins, and she genuinely could be opened up just a touch to the base of her cage. But I think, again, her flexibility and the way she's assembled at the surface is something we need to continue to work towards. The red heifer that comes here out of Class 4, shapely up high, certainly consistent in terms of her lines from the side profile. Maybe leaves just a bit to be desired in terms of her bone work and her overall symmetry here from the side profile when you compare her to those three classes ahead of her. But certainly from an individual standpoint, a very solid red heifer there. The red heifer, the red roan that comes here out of this fifth class, one that, again, I like in terms of her broodiness and her center body shape, one that you think certainly gives you a quality look in terms of her lines from the side profile. I'd like to set her back in her shoulder and knee just a touch. I'd probably like to see her just a bit fresher from her shoulders forward, but a cowie kind there in terms of her center rib and her overall dimension when you get right in behind. Again, a very good set of them here in our Showhorn Plus. We've seen a lot of quality from the start until this. this point, and we continue that on here in the Showdown Pluses. If you would, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors. I'll go ahead and get you a champion in reserve.
In second place goes to exhibitor number 245, Lane Reiser. And in third place goes exhibitor number 142, CJ Reed. And in fourth place goes exhibitor number 78, Cole Minutes. Congratulations, those top four exhibitors out of class number 64.
Back over here in Ring B, we start off in our purebred Simmentals, and I think do so in a very impressive fashion. The heifer that I used to win here is one, as you study at the ground, big and round in terms of her foot, one that's comfortable in terms of her lower angles, and very attractive in terms of her hind leg, opened up and awfully massive and broody in terms of her center body, and still fresh and neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. When she takes off and goes, that's one I just like to see relaxed in terms of her center spine. She's one that I just pigeons in a shot, and that all kind of shows up right there in her center spine, and once the ducker pins just ever so slightly, it's not out of bounds by any means, and I think she makes up for it in the way she's built there at the surface. However, that gives you a very, very impressive view when stopped and set up. The one that comes here in second is just a bit more relaxed in terms of her spine. Heifer to me, fresh in terms of her composition, still massive and round in terms of her body type, attractive in terms of her hip and hind legs. I step back off her, I'd like to see a bit more depth in terms of her heart and forehead. Heifer that wants to be just a bit more protruded in terms of her tailhead and throws her balance off just a touch right there in the backside of her hip. Some minor criticisms on a female. I think puts a lot of neat things together in terms of freshness, body shape, and flexibility here in this particular class. A nice one for that young lady to go there in second. The one that comes here in third, a Blaze Face. It comes with a bit more size and scale here between 2, 3, and 4. A heifer that I certainly like in terms of her smoothness about her shoulder and her softness in terms of her midrib. One that's still comfortable in terms of her angles there out of her hip and hind leg. I'd like to rock her back in her knee just a touch, and I'd like to open her up in terms of her body shape ever so slightly to move up higher in this particular class. But she can give you a striking look here from the side profile. Certainly one I like in terms of her softness through her midrib. As we continue down the line, got a heifer that as you analyze this one in fourth from an individual standpoint, she is so easy keeping and opened up in terms of her center body, comfortable in terms of her angles there off of both ends. I'm not one that wants to tell anybody what the right size a cow is for anyone's operation, but I think this one's probably just a little quick in terms of her design. I'd like to see a bit more size and scale, and with that, she could use just a bit more extension from her shoulders forward and her hook bones back, but certainly flexible, certainly easy keeping in terms of her kind. We continue through this class, and a heifer that comes next that has just a bit more length and extension from the side profile. She's edged up with just a bit more power when you get right into the top side of that pair. To me, when she takes off and goes, she just needs to have more true length and extension in terms of her step there off her rear two, where she wants to be just a bit more short and rigid. I think if you could change her in that regard and temper just her tailhead and where it sits in the backside of her hip, then that changes that pair up just a touch. The heifer that closes out, again, still has plenty of softness and fill back into her flank to balance up from her shoulders back. To me, she's just the plainest from there on forward. She too needs to be intensified in terms of her bone and set back in terms of her knee, but a female that I like in terms of her kind right there through her midrib. She still takes a long and comfortable stride out of her hip and hind leg. Good set of them there. I think a very nice top pair. Congratulations. Very impressive class here in our purebred Simmentals, and the heifer that I used to win, I think, does so in a pretty commanding fashion. Still amongst an awfully good set of contemporaries. That's one to me just a bit more confident in terms of her step and has more just true angle built into her hock here in this top pair. One that I think certainly opened up and massive in terms of her mid-rib, has a bit more true turn in terms of her fore-rib shape, and still pretty fresh in terms of her composition. You step back off her, and that one reads so maternal in terms of her makeup here from the profile. Maybe not just the most tucked up and tidy in her throat latch, but again, I think it just aids to her maternal look from there on back in terms of her lines, the way she's built from her sternum back into her flank, her collection in terms of her top line, and her attractive hip and hind leg. I think, again, a very high-quality place to start in this particular class. The heifer that comes here in second, in my opinion, mirrors her in terms of just her center body shape, her freshness here amongst this set, one that still reads awfully neat and with plenty of extension from her shoulders forward. To me, it's as you study her there at the ground where she sorts into second, just not quite as much true foot size and feature. She's not quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg and how she goes to the ground. With that, she sets down just a shade more rigid there off her rear two in a close top pair, but certainly a female I like an awful lot. Up front, she's awfully flexible, and I really like that one's fresh, bold body type. The one that comes here in third is an absolute truck, and one that is so big-footed, so stout, so massive in terms of her mid-rib. You step back off her, and I still think she gives you a balanced, just quality look from the side profile. By comparison, back to those two females directly in front of her, she looks just a shade coarser about her skull. She's got a bit more feature to the front side of her shoulder. She's not quite as clean in her joint work or just comfortable in terms of her movement there out of her front end, but a powerful kind of a female. I think be a fun one to breed on. The heifer that comes here next on the opposite end of the spectrum, so late maturing in terms of her look and just out there and eccentric from her shoulders forward. Still pretty massive in terms of her mid-rib and big in terms of her pin set, comfortable in terms of her angles there at the surface. Biggest thing for me is I'd like to see her hook up stronger and just remain more balanced right there at the base of her shoulder and on the front side of her chest where she protrudes with just a bit more shape. One that hooks up just a bit flatter in terms of her heart and forward. All that put together just doesn't balance quite as seamlessly in that particular area. The heifer that comes here next is neater from shoulder to forerib and more tidy in her chest floor. Heifer that still opens back smooth with plenty of drop in terms of her center body. To me, it's when you send her into motion where I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee, see her remain more collected in terms of her top line where she wants to tighten up in her center spine just a touch. She too doesn't have those extras as the females that come directly in front of her, but certainly an easy keeping kind that I like in terms of her angle to her hip and hind leg. The heifer that comes here next has just a bit more foot and dimension when you study her in comparison to that heifer that goes directly in front of her. With that, she has just a bit more feature at the point of her shoulder. She's one I'd like to neaten up and just see fresher in terms of her jawline, the way she's built down into her chest floor with just a shade more look and presence. Still a powerful kind of a female you really have to respect. The Baldy that comes here next, plenty of turn up high. I'd like to set her back in her angles off of both ends and just see her put it all together with a bit more balance here on the side profile, but moderate and dense kind of a female there in the full face Baldy. The heifer that closes us out, plenty of length and extension here from the side profile. Again, a Simmental female. It's got plenty of just true power and raw dimension when you study her from a three-quarter shot. With that, I'd like to see her carry it just a bit more comfortably there off of both ends with a shot more look there, shoulders forward. Good set of them there. I think a very impressive top pair. Well, another very good class here and a striking heifer. When this young man gets this heifer parked, it is awfully, awfully good. Her smoothness to her shoulder, the way she projects with that kind of look from there on forward, still opens back so smooth with the right kind of sweep to the base of her cage. Very attractive in terms of her lower skeleton and uses it the right way when she takes off and goes. A heifer that I like in terms of just her looseness in her center spine. When she goes, she probably doesn't naturally carry her head quite as high as a couple heifers that we've seen to this point. But when he gets it all put together like that, it's hard to draw him much better. A smooth-made kind of a female with the right kind of rib and the right kind of flexibility. I think a very high-quality place to start in this particular class. The one that comes here in second certainly chases that one down in terms of her attractiveness of her hip and hind leg, her softness in terms of her center body, her smoothness in terms of her shoulder, and elegance from there on forward. Where I work her into second is she's a bit more closed up at her knee and doesn't have that same shape right there in her heart and forerib. I'd like to see this one just a bit longer and square from hooks to pins, but it's close. And I think this heifer certainly gives you a quality look there from the side profile. Got a baldy heifer that comes with some different parts and pieces here in third. One that's got a little stouter skull about her, got a little more foot size, a little more turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. Pretty shapely in terms of just her general muscle pattern. With that, I wish she was just a bit softer in terms of her center body and the sweep back into her flank. I wish she was just a shade more comfortable in terms of her angle right there at her hock. But a female that's got some fun pieces to evaluate here, and I think can give you a pretty impressive look here from the side profile. We continue down the line. Young lady in red has a baldy female that I like in terms of her soft, easy feeding look to the center portion of her body and her moderation. All those things put together make me think that she'll be pretty easy fleshing when put back into production. A heifer that can still give you just a dense look here from a three-quarter shot. When she takes off and goes, I'd like to set her back in her angles there out of her front end and set her back and just see her more confident in terms of her comfort and flexibility right there at her hock. But a stout, powerful, easy keeping kind of a female that I think you certainly respect. Got a baldy that comes here next. It's smoother in terms of her makeup there, and that particular pair still has plenty of that easy flesh and look to the base of her cage and fill back into her flank. When she takes off and goes, she too needs to be set back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. I'd like to see her intensified in terms of just her bone work to make all that balance up just a bit more appropriately. The solid black heifer that comes here next, so long from the side profile, got some added weight per day of age and just general performance. She's one that I think's just been a little out-horsed in terms of just her body shape and bone work. As you study her there at the surface, she appears just a bit more fragile in terms of her type and kind, but appreciate that one just added size and scale. The baldy that closes is a bit more the same, long as a well rope here from the side profile, shapely when you get on the top side of her. Just like to see her come with a bit more foot size, like to set her back in her angles and clean her up in terms of her joint work. Very good class there. I think an awfully impressive class winner. Wow. An impressive female here. Kind of got to send a bit of a warning shot before you just send one in like that. I think a female here that's just fun to evaluate. So big-footed, so comfortable in terms of her angles, so massive and opened up in terms of her cage, and to the point where you almost ask yourself, where is too much? But I don't think we've gotten to that point yet. She is so opened up and has that kind of sweep to the base of her cage, very loose in terms of her center spine, one that still has a proud look about her. As you study her there through her front end, she takes off and goes, and I think it just gets that much better in terms of her range of motion, her comfort, and the way that she naturally carries herself about the ring is certainly impressive. A female that I think is pretty fun to evaluate. Really appreciate just how fresh she is in terms of her composition here at this stage of the game to have that kind of dimension throughout. Be excited to get that one back out here in a bit. The heifer that comes here in second certainly, again, has the right kind of just shape and turn to the upper portion of her cage, and she too has just a proud look about her from her shoulders forward. One that to me, as you study her from there on down, I'd like to set her back in the angle to her shoulder and knee, just see her longer and leveler from hooks to pins to make that a bit more of a debate there up top. It's certainly a shapely kind of a female that I appreciate for just her added extension and look there up front here in this final pair. The solid black heifer that closes us out, broody and dimensional in terms of her mid-rib. I like this one. It's easy keeping look to the center portion of her body to really go ahead and call her an easy keeping kind. She's one I just wish was a bit more comfortable in terms of her angles there off those rear two. Wish we could set her back in terms of her knee just ever so slightly, but certainly appreciate that one's body shape. I like that one's added dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. Good class there. I think certainly a very, very impressive class winner. Congratulations. We're going to close it out with the same impressive looks that we saw here at the start of our Purebred Simmental show. A set of falls here that I think are both very, very high quality. And the heifer I used to win, just a bit leaner and fresher, kind of got a crisper look about her here from the side profile. I like her length and extension, shoulders forward. She's set further back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. Again, has a right kind of fresh turn to the base of her cage, and the way she fills back into her flank, just a bit longer and leveler back out to her hip. However, I think, again, just in terms of the basics of function and flexibility, body shape and freshness, she does all that to a very high degree, and I think certainly one that'll represent this class very, very well. She's not quite as stout-footed as the heifer that comes here in second. I'll tell you, she also gives up just a bit in terms of overall power. Right there through her center body, her squareness when you get right in behind her. This is the class leader in all those regards. The heifer, as I step back off her, still balances up appropriately from the side profile. As you start to nitpick her just a shot, I'd like to set her back in the angle to her shoulder. I'd like to tidy her up right there at the base of her chest floor, lay her tail head neater in the backside of her hip. Just some minor criticisms and I think some give and take here and there on a very close, very high quality pair of fall heifers to close us out in our Simmentals. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. Well, as we inch closer to the end of the day and we get done with another breed, just gets me fired up for when we get all these cattle back out here, because I think each and every one of these breeds has been truly impressive, and in their own way, no doubt. The purebred Simmentals, I think, are known for just some added stoutness and dimension, and here in the last few years, I think we've gotten them so good in terms of their basic build that they're really come into play in terms of overall contention, and so certainly impressive there for those Simmental breeders, and we see that out here today. A set of cattle that are certainly impressive in terms of their basic build, still come with those extras in terms of stoutness. As we started it off here with Class 1, as I said there earlier, a heifer that I think in terms of the way she's assembled at the ground is certainly on point, big-footed, even in terms of her toe, comfortable in terms of her angles, awfully massive in terms of her midrib. As I said there earlier as well, one that I just need to see more comfortable in terms of her center spine. She never wants to relax, and with that, then she wants to drop her head. She's one that wants to kind of throw them out of her front end just a bit more and duck her pins. If she could stay just a bit more collected in all those areas, then I think you could truly appreciate just that one's center body dimension, the way she's assembled there at the surface. The heifer that comes out of Class 2 is one that hasn't necessarily decided she wants to be a show calf yet in terms of how she's acting, but one that I think puts a lot of neat things together. Her angles and her comfort off of both ends, her softness in terms of her center body, her added presence and arrogance there out of her front end, her looseness in terms of her center spine. As I said, she doesn't ever want to just drop her tail head. She wants to fight the halter just a bit when she takes off and goes, but her basics are on point. And a female, I think, has an incredibly bright future. Then we get into Class 3, and one that I think puts as striking of a look together from the side profile as any of them. She's dense and comes with some added foot size at the surface, one that is attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. Her lines from her chest floor and sternum back into her center body and flank, in my opinion, is on point. Her collection in terms of her top line, still her neatness there through her front end. As I said there earlier, when she takes off and goes, she wants to be just a bit lower in terms of her front end. I'd like to see her just a bit neater right there at the back side of her tail head, where she kind of wants to throw it up and has just a bit more of an off look there out of the back side of her hip. But a female, to me, here from the side profile when stopped and set up, is hard to put a major hole in. Then we get into this red baldy, and one that, in my opinion, just certainly puts a lot of interesting pieces together. And I mean interesting in the most high-quality way. Big-footed, comfortable off of both ends, and reaches so comfortably off of both ends. One that's so opened up and massive in terms of her mid-rib, which is surprising for as fresh and lean as she is in terms of her composition, which I think those two things put together are awfully hard to do. One that's long and extended shoulders forward. She's wanting to get a little tired out here, but her natural presence is certainly on point. A female that I think does a lot of things to a very exciting degree, and we go from show heifer to, I think, extreme and unique breeding pieces all in the same package. That's when it gets pretty fun. The heifer that comes out of this last class, that's one that I think you certainly drawn to, especially for her age and her maturity, to be that fresh and lean and crisp in terms of her lines, comfortable off of both ends, good in terms of just her overall balance here from the side profile. She's not as out there looking or eccentric as a few of these other heifers out here, but in terms of her lines, her balance, her flexibility, that one is certainly on point. Good set of them here in our purebred Simmentals. I'll go out and show you the two that I like best. we get it kicked off here in our percentage Simmental show, and I think a nice pair of them to do so. A heifer that I used to win, in my opinion, just a bit more comfortable in terms of her angles underneath, a bit fresher and a bit cleaner in terms of her lines here from the side profile. Like that one's round body type, and again, gives you a quality presence here from the side profile. Great way to get us kicked off. Got a star-headed heifer that comes here next. Comes with some added just drop and turn to the base of her rib cage amongst this particular pair. One that's a bit smoother even yet about her shoulder and how she transitions back into her center body and full rib. To me, as you step back off her, she's a little shorter from her shoulders forward, a little shorter from her hook bones back, and I'd like to see her go to the ground just a shot more attractive in terms of her hind legs. Still a quality female that certainly will work in production. Got a nice pair of them there. Congratulations to both those young ladies. We get into class 2, and there's already one out here that gets me pretty fired up, and a heifer that is so good in terms of her basic build, the flexibility so opened up and massive in terms of her mid-rib, and her basics are absolutely on point. Then she grabs some extras in terms of just her attractiveness of lower skeleton, her up-headed, proud look there through her front end, her shortness of back, and the way she's assembled in her upper hip really puts all of her proportions together in an impressive fashion. I think this one's awfully good here on the stand, and she gets that much better when she takes off and goes because she remains so collected in terms of her lines. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. Got a Baldy that comes here in second that I certainly like in terms of her softness and her fill back into her flank. She too's awfully comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. Up front is where I'd like to change her just a touch. Set her back an angle to her shoulder and knee. See her a bit bolder in terms of her heart and forward, and have a bit more of that same look and extension as our class winner up front to make it a bit of a closer decision between 1 and 2. Still think that female in terms of her basics is on point. And we got a heifer here in third that I like in terms of just her consistency of lines down her top line from her chest floor back into her center body and flank. Everything makes sense on that particular female. When she takes off and goes, I'd like to set her back and her angles up front, see her set down just a bit more confidently there off her rear too. But a female you certainly like here on the stand. If you could just see her set back in her angles and opened up to the base of her cage, that'd make it that much closer between 2 and 3. Good set of them there. I think an absolutely standout class winner. Congratulations. Well, it just keeps coming with another very impressive set of them here in our percentage Simmentals. And this top pair is so good. And I think close, the longer they're out here, I'll tell you, I'm a bit more just comfortable with the heifer that wins here in this particular class. And one, to me, has a bit more stoutness of foot size, one that's just a bit square in terms of her base width underneath. As you work around the front side of the cattle, she's square at her knee, and one that with that then opens up with just a bit more true power, and her forerib shape opens up just a bit bolder in terms of her center body, and one that allows her to have just a bit more squareness when you get right in behind the cattle. You step back off her, and that one is still so comfortable in terms of her lower angles and meets her stride when she takes off and goes. Gives you a crazy good presence here from the side profile. Again, I think that heifer does a lot of things right to a very high degree. The heifer that comes in second certainly hits you hard as her nose crosses the ring and comes in. That one is so neat in terms of her jawline. She is so up-headed and has a wild presence about her. Her lines from the side profile are pretty hard to do in terms of her tidiness of her chest floor, where her center body sits in her, and then back into her flank is so on target. A heifer that remains pretty collected in terms of her top line and absolutely comfortable there from the side profile when she takes off and goes. You work around the front side of the cattle, she wants to close up at her knee and toe out just ever so slightly. With that, she's just a bit flatter in her heart and forerib, and I wish she was just a bit stronger right there to the backside of his shoulder, and then a little square from hooks to pins. Again, some minor criticisms on a female. Gives you a killer look there from the side profile and gives that class winner all she wants when she takes off and goes from the side. The heifer in third, certainly one that, again, you can get pretty revved up about in terms of her foot size and feature, one that is so dense in terms of her body type, and young lady has this one just stuck perfectly the entire time in terms of her look and lines from the side profile. With that, she comes up just a bit short in terms of her extension, shoulders forward, her femininity about her jawline, and then her length back out through her hip in a tough class. That's enough to put an awfully good female standing here in third, but her basics of flexibility, feature, and body shape, I think, are certainly something, again, you can get pretty fired up about. The heifer that comes here in fourth has just more extension, more length, shoulders forward, more levelness from hooks to pins. She's still one that I think is fairly comfortable in terms of her angles. They're out of her hip and hind leg. She's not quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg set. I'd like to set this one back and angle to her shoulder and knee and see her just hook up stronger right in behind her shoulder, down low in her heart and forerib to balance up just a shot more appropriately. But she is stout, she is dense, and can give you a quality look from about her mid-rib back. The heifer that comes here next, certainly, again, one that's stout and powerful when you get right in behind the cattle with all that dimension. I wish it came together just a bit smoother here from the side profile, just a shade coarser in terms of her general design, not quite as attractive or comfortable in terms of her hind leg. The heifer that comes around the corner here next is just a bit smoother about her shoulder. She's more neat and has that same, I guess, femininity from her shoulders forward that you'd like to see in these particular classes. One that still has plenty of turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. With that, I wish she had just a bit more softness to her center body. I wish she was set further back in the angle to her knee to move up higher in this particular class. Heifer that closes, one that, again, I appreciate for just her round body type, her added natural thickness when you get right in behind the cattle. She, too, needs to go with just more confidence and flexibility there off of both ends. Doesn't give you that same maternal look here from the side profile as those heifers that come in front of her. Good class there. I think a nice top pair with an awfully good class winner. Congratulations. And this percentage Simmental show has been awfully fun to sort through, and I think we see that again with such quality from top to bottom here in this particular class. After that, I used to win. I think it's pretty evident she's not blessed with the same hair coat as a couple of these other females, but in terms of basics and just good livestock and how they're built at the surface, this one's easily my preference. Her range of motion, the way she's assembled there up front specifically with that kind of collection in terms of her shoulder and still squareness down at her knee, her flexibility in the way that she goes there out of her front end is something I'm naturally drawn to. It allows her to remain very collected in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, open back with the right kind of looseness in her center spine and still turn to the base of her cage. She's on point in terms of her composition. Just gives you a killer look here from the side profile. Now, as I said, maybe she isn't quite as commanding in terms of your attention when she initially comes in because she's not quite as hairy. She's not quite as big-footed. And maybe that's where you get pretty, tuned in on this heifer here in second. She does a lot of things right. Big-footed, comfortable in terms of her angles there out of her hip and hind leg, and I appreciate her range of motion in that particular area. She's fresh in terms of her composition and reads right in terms of her lines from her chest, floor, sternum, center body, and flank. The way that all ties in. A heifer to me, I just got to see her set further back in the angle to her shoulder and knee, see her a bit more realistic in terms of her base width up front. She wants to kind of open up just a touch more and then isn't quite as neat in terms of her throat latch as that heifer that goes directly in front of her. Again, some minor trade-offs back and forth in an awfully close top pair. I think both those females are incredibly high quality. The heifer that comes here next, one that I really appreciate for just her softness to her center body. Again, her feature there at the surface, and when stopped and set up, that one can give you an awfully neat look here from the side profile. She takes off and goes, and that's one I just wish went with a bit more authority there off of both ends. I wish she was just a bit cleaner in terms of her joint work. She's just a shade rounder and coarser in the feature to her hock, but certainly a dense kind of a female that can give you a neat look with some awfully cool pieces to breed on. The heifer that comes next, smoother in terms of her general design, soft in terms of her center body makeup, easy keeping in terms of her overall type and kind. To me, she's been out horse just in terms of foot, feature, general dimension. When you study her from a three-quarter shot, she doesn't have that same body shape and dimension as those females that come directly in front of her. The heifer that comes next certainly has a neat look from her shoulders forward, and I like her added extension here from the side profile. She's one I just think needs to go with more confidence there off those rear two. She's a bit more restricted in terms of her movement, just not near as attractive in terms of the way that she goes, even though she still has enough flexibility built into the surface. It's those minor things that I think can move you up in a particular class that has so much quality from top to bottom. The heifer that comes next, again, very dense in terms of her type and kind, bold and opened up to the base of her cage. To me, she just gives up that ladylike look from the side profile, whether you're talking about her to the top side of her neck or down into her chest floor, one that doesn't have that same flexibility and just overwhelming, comfort built into her lower skeleton. Nonetheless, a female you really appreciate from that three-quarter shot and the dimension she has working out the backside of her shoulder. Female that closes long and extended here from the side profile, smoother in terms of her makeup than the female comes directly in front of her. With that, she gives up just a bit more overall dimension, overall feature there at the surface and look here from the side profile. Awfully good class there. I think a very nice top pair. Congratulations. Well, I think we're going to have kind of an embarrassment of riches when we get all of our class winners back out here in our percentage Simmental show. And we add another piece to the puzzle, I think, in terms of just unique quality livestock here in this particular class winner, one that is so comfortable and so attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. Her freshness is on point in her body shape, and the sweep to the base of her cage, I think, is certainly impressive. The way she transitions from her shoulder back into her center body and full rib is what I've been trying to find all day. I think she's as good as you can make one in that particular area. You step back off her, she is so neat in terms of her look here from the side profile, especially from an individual standpoint. Maybe if you want to get critical of her, she's not the longest necked or the longest in terms of her hip. Well, man, it's pretty hard to put a big hole in that one there when she gives you that kind of look and presence there through her front end, that shortness in terms of her shoulder, and then to explode back into that kind of center body and still go the way that she does. Excited to get her back out here in a bit. The one that comes in second, I think, certainly pushes her because she's got a little more extension, shoulders forward. She is just a bit longer in terms of her stride and the way she's assembled back out through her hip. She's just long-bodied in general. With that, as you step back off her, it's hard for her to balance up quite as appropriately right there in terms of her midrib specifically and her forerib and back into her flank. She doesn't have that same just overwhelmingly attractive hind leg as my class winner. Some harsh criticisms on a heifer, I think, still gives you a killer look when you study her there from the side profile. Got a red heifer here that comes in third. We've seen a lot of very good red cattle through this ring today, which is certainly impressive. We got another one here that does a lot of things right. She is massive in terms of her body. So stout when you get right in behind her, and still very neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. She takes off and goes, and I wish she just had a bit more comfort built into her rear skeleton where she's assembled just a bit more up and down from hock to ground. But a female that's powerful nonetheless and fresh in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. We continue down the line. Got a black heifer that comes next. I think's got some fun pieces to evaluate. Neat looking from her shoulders forward, fresh and bold up high, has plenty of turn to the base of her rib cage. Not near as much just feature at the surface to balance it all up here from the side profile. She too is just a bit more tucked up and tight right in her heart and forward, and it throws her balance off to the base of her cage just ever so slightly. But a female, again, neat looking shoulders forward. I like that one's turn and dimension from up high. The heifer that closes in a lot of classes would have been closer to the top than the bottom. We just had an awfully tough class here. She's soft and maternal in terms of her center body. She still takes a long athletic stride there off her rear too. Just got to set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. Got to see a few more of those extras in terms of balance from her shoulders forward and lay her tailhead neater in the backside of her hip. Good class there. Again, a very high quality top pair. Congratulations. Last class here in our percentage Simmentals and a set of falls here that I think certainly you like in terms of just their brood cow dimension, specifically here in this red heifer that starts us off, one that's awfully massive in terms of her midrib. Here in this particular set, I think she still has the most attractive build to her lower skeleton. And a female, it just reads very maternal in terms of her type and kind. Now, for all of her added dimension from up above, I wish she had a little bigger foot setting down off those rear two. I wish she was just a shade neater in terms of her look right there at the throat latch. Well, there's some minor criticisms on a female. I think you really appreciate for her moderate, easy-keeping look and her added density right there to her center body. Got a black heifer that comes here next with some added performance, just general weight per day of age. I like this one's body shape. I like her stoutness in terms of her upper pin set. With that, she has just a bit more feature in terms of her shoulder throughout. Whether you're studying her up high, down on the front side of her shoulder, she doesn't hook up quite as strong right back into her forerib, and I'd like to set her back in her angles just a touch. I know she's fighting the halter out here today, but she doesn't go just quite as confidently or flexible as that heifer that goes directly in front of her. Got a heifer that closes us out that, in my opinion, is just more confident in terms of her step, more flexible in terms of her angles than the female that goes in second. I like this one's fresh, youthful look from her shoulders forward. Unfortunately, in this particular setting, she's just been out-horsed in terms of her body shape, her overall size and scale. She just looks a little dainty out here, honestly, when you compare her to those heifers that go directly in front of her. But she's a good kind in terms of her freshness, her reach, and her flexibility. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Well, another just impressive set from start to finish here in our percentage Simmentals. Both these Simmental shows I thought were awfully good and just a great deal of quality. Good numbers from top to bottom, and we saw that again here in this particular set. This lineup starts us off here with a Heifer at the front that I like in terms of her freshness, her reach, and athleticism there off of both ends. She's been out horse just a bit as you kind of move down the line, but one that I think has an incredibly bright future and is built right at the surface. Then we kind of get into some heat there in Class 2 already, and one that's certainly does a lot of things in a very intriguing fashion, one that is shorter-sided, just so dense in terms of her body, so comfortable in terms of her angles there underneath, and comes with some added just pin width and power when you get right in behind the cattle. With that, she is maybe just a little quicker in terms of her type and kind. I wish she was longer and just had more length and extension from her hook bones back out through her hip, but a Heifer to me, again, has that added power, has that added dimension, an up-headed, proud look, and comfortable there at the surface, absolutely in contention. Got a Baldy female that comes here out of this third hole, and I think one that you certainly, as you draw them from the ground up, big-footed, stout in terms of her feature, so good in terms of the sweep to the base of her cage, fresh and lean in terms of her composition, and still reads right in terms of her center spine, how she carries it when she takes off and goes. She's so fresh and lean, maybe at times you wish she was a shade bolder in terms of her heart and forward, but she opens back so massive in terms of her midrib and still has a giant pin set when you get right in behind her, so I'll give her a bit of a pass, especially for as lean as she is from her shoulders forward. That one gives you a killer look from the side profile from a three-quarter shotter when she takes off and goes. I think she does a lot of things right. And we get into Class 4 and 1, as I said there earlier, just covers the basics extremely well. She's not the shaggiest, she's not the biggest footed, but she's sound off of both ends. She, in that particular class, is set further back and angled to her shoulder knee and remains more collected in terms of her center spine. I like this one's look and just her proportionality here from the side profile amongst this lineup. As we get into that 5th class, that's one that, again, I think really commands your attention in terms of her angles here from the side profile on the stand, her softness in terms of her center body. From an individual standpoint, that one's proportions and her look and symmetry from the side profile is without question on point. She takes off and goes, and she doesn't carry her head just naturally with quite as much proud look there out of her front end, and she doesn't want to go with that same kind of confidence off of her rear too as a couple of these other females, but her angles read right underneath. I like that one's softness and turn to the center portion of her body. I like the way she's built here from the side profile. Then we got a red heifer that closes out there in that last class, one that's dense and dimensional in terms of her center body, stout when you get right in behind the cattle. I like to rock her back in her angles there off of both ends and see her with a bit more foot size underneath to accompany all that mass that she has from there on up. Guys, I think an awesome set of them here from start to finish. I think there's a couple different ways you could go out here. To me, there's one that hit me hard, and the longer I'm out here, just puts together a lot of hard-to-make pieces, and then from there, I think it gets a bit closer for reserve. But again, a very good set of them here in our percentage Simmentals. I'll go ahead and show you the two that I like best. One mini Hereford heifer out here, and certainly one that's got some quality. Certainly a powerful kind of a female with the right kind of turn through her center body. As you step back off her, I think she balances adequately. I think she's one that you probably could see just a shade fresher and a bit more feminine in terms of her kind there about her skull shape and then the way she's built down into her shoulder. But a female that still reads with enough comfort in terms of her lower angles. I like that one's center body shape. Certainly a good heifer here to represent our mini Herefords. Congratulations. Single entry here in our AOBs, or we could also call it our Red Angus show. A nice female here, and one that I think you like in terms of her freshness there through her front end, one that's bold and round in terms of her body type. A female that's got enough foot size and feature underneath, I think, relative to her population. She's one that you'd call better than average. Females, you step back off her, I'd like to set her back in her knee just a touch. I'd like to see her go with just a bit more comfort and authority there out of her hip and hind leg, but all things considered, that's a good-looking kind of a female. It's fresh and bold in terms of her body type, just puts it all together with a quality look from the side profile. Congratulations to her. Well, in true commercial heifer fashion, we got all different shapes and sizes and colors over here, and fun to evaluate it from a judge's perspective. Get to dig in and just decide where you want to be and kind of find as much of the good as you possibly can. This yellow roan heifer here at the front of the lineup can give you a very fun look. From the side profile, that one's cute-headed and good-necked and neat in terms of her chest floor. She opens back bold in terms of her center body and big and square in terms of her pin set. She's comfortable in terms of her angles underneath. I'll tell you that I wish she was a bit more attractive in terms of her hind leg assembly. She's got a little extra set at her hock versus at her pastern, but certainly one that comes with enough foot size and feature, and again, moves and uses it the way that she needs to. I think a female that wins this class and does so quite handily, in my opinion. Got a black baldy that comes here in second. That, again, is comfortable in terms of her angles. She's square in terms of her base width underneath and still smooth in terms of her makeup from there on up. Has a right kind of fresh turn to the base of her rib cage. I think that's easily why she moves up here amongst this group of contemporaries. By comparison, back to that class winner, she's not near as neat from her top side of her shoulder back into her pole. It's not quite as tidy in terms of her chest floor, not quite as long and level back out through her hip. But some minor criticisms on a female. I think in terms of the basics, certainly needs to go in second. Got a solid black heifer that comes here next that I think you certainly like in terms of her fresh, youthful look here amongst this group. From her shoulders forward, one that's still round in terms of her rib cage, and honestly still plenty flexible in terms of her angles there off of both ends. She's not the most attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg. Again, I'd like to see a bit more set built in down low, but she still moves and hinges the way that she needs to out of her hip, and one that I like in terms of her fresh, youthful look. Got a kind of an orange-red baldy here coming next that certainly I appreciate in terms of her lines and her symmetry from the side profile. She's high tying, good in terms of her top line, has plenty of drop and sweep in terms of her midrib and level back out to her hip. When she takes off and goes, I'd just like to reassemble her there off of both ends, knock her back in her angles, see her hit the ground a bit truer up front where she wants to spin out just a bit more than what I personally like to see at this stage of the game. But she certainly can give you a good look. I like that one's density in terms of her center body. As we continue down the line, got a black heifer that comes next that I certainly appreciate for her reach and range of motion in this particular class. Just been out horsed a bit right there through her center body. Wish she had a bit more softness and turn to the base of her rib cage to accompany her added frame. Then I think you'd appreciate just her added reach and flexibility that she has specifically out of her hip and hind leg. Got an absolute truck coming next, a yellow baldy with some white wheels that I certainly like in terms of just her dense kind. That one is big featured. She is stout from behind and certainly gives you some generating looks as you study her from different angles. With that, as she takes off and goes, I just got to see her go with more flexibility there off of both ends. One that I wish was fresher and just a bit more ladylike in terms of her general design. Got a black heifer that comes here next with some neat pieces, long and extended shoulders forward, giant in terms of her pin set, and got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her. Just like to see her set further back in the angle to her shoulder and knee and square her up front. I think that'll allow her to have just a bit more true body shape as you study her from a three-quarter shot. Blue heifer, shapely up high and neat looking shoulders forward. Like to soften her back into her flank. Like to set her back in terms of her angles. Got a baldy heifer that comes next. Again, has plenty of turn up high. Like to stouten her up and intensify her in terms of her bone work there at the surface where she appears just a bit more fragile here in this set. Throws her balance off when she takes off and goes. Got a black heifer that comes here next, a bit more of the same. Shapely up high, neat looking shoulders forward. Got to stouten her up at the surface, square her up right there at her hock to move her up any higher. Got a female that closes. Certainly I like in terms of her length and extension amongst those final three. Got to soften her up in terms of her mid-rib to move her up any higher. Just looks a little harsh, a little rigid in terms of her movement there off of both ends. Good class. I think certainly a nice class winner. Congratulations. Again, a very interesting class to put together. I think depending on your priorities, you could do this a couple different ways. To me, the heifer that I used to win does so because of how she's assembled there at the surface. And that's what we've been trying to do all day here on this side of the ring, and I'm not going to change it here at this point. That one's big-footed. She's comfortable in terms of her angles and honestly still the most attractive in terms of the way she uses her lower skeleton. I like that one's turned to the base of her cage. Her freshness in terms of her chest floor still puts it all together with the most, assembly of quality here from the side profile and her look and her lines. I like to tidy her up just a bit right there on the top side of her blade. She wants to open up just a touch. She's a shade shorter in terms of her hip, but again, her range of motion, her body shape, her freshness, her look from the side profile, that one in my opinion has to win. The black heifer that comes in second is one that I think as you initially throw your eyes on her, she's dense in terms of her midrib. She's stout when you get right in behind her. She's still comfortable in terms of her angles underneath. You compare her back to the silver heifer in front of her. She's just a little shorter and coarser from her shoulder forward. She's one I'd like to tidy her up right there on the lower part of her shoulder and down into her chest floor and just see her have a bit more foot size to accompany her dimension she has from there on up and just help her balance a bit more here from the side profile. Got a heifer that comes here in third that has the biggest hind leg of anything we've seen today relative to her size and still uses it pretty adequately in terms of a comfort level. One that's soft and opened up in terms of her midrib, big in terms of her pin set. As you work to the front side of her skeleton is where I'd like to change her just a touch. She's a little deep in terms of her shoulder, a little thicker and deeper in terms of her neck, and just doesn't have that same feminine, maternal look right there about her skull. In a tough class, I think that's enough to put one that I like some pieces about there in third in terms of her feature and her flexibility. Got a black brockle that comes here next on the stand, can give you a very fun look. She's a bit higher tying. She's neater in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward than a blue painted up one that comes in front of her. Round and bold in terms of her body type and stout from behind. Like to knock her back in her angles off of both ends to move her higher in this particular class. Just a bit more rigid in terms of movement there off of both ends. Got a fun colored silver baldy that comes next. And as you study from her about her hock up, that one is awfully intriguing to look at. Round in her body shape, high tying, neat looking, very fresh and youthful in terms of her skull. From there on down, I just like to see her more flexible in terms of her angles, like to soften her up in terms of the way she hits the surface. As we continue down the line, got a yellow heifer that comes next that I think offsets her. She's actually more comfortable and takes a longer, more athletic stride, specifically there off her rear two. Just like to see a few more of those extras to move up higher in a good class, open her up into her body shape, see her a bit different in terms of her balance from her chest floor back into her flank. Got a black heifer that comes here next, round in terms of her rib cage, plenty of look from her shoulders forward and width in terms of her upper pin set. Like to soften her up in her forerib shape and back into her flank. See her just a bit more confident in terms of her step there off her rear two. Got a baldy that comes next that I like in terms of her smoothness to shoulder. Like to either tidy her up in her chest floor or see her full her back into her flank to see her balance up a bit more appropriately. Like to see that one go with just a bit more authority and I guess attractiveness in terms of her hip and hind leg as well. Got a silver paint that comes next that's big-footed and bold up high. Like to soften her up through her midrib where she appears just a bit harsher. I think that help her balance up with all that added frame that she has. Black heifer is one that's softer in her body. Just like to see her more relaxed in her center spine, more look from her shoulders forward. Heifer that comes here next, again, one long and extended from the side profile. Like to loosen her up in terms of her center spine, soften her up in terms of her midrib. The one that closes, certainly stout and powerful up high. Again, like to see her a bit more maternal in terms of her midrib. Like to see her go with a bit more flexibility there off of both ends. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Another good class here. Grace brings us a very nice heifer here, a solid black female that I like an awful lot. And amongst this group of contemporaries, easily has the most true comfort built into her lower skeleton. I really like this one's softness in terms of her midrib, her freshness in terms of her chest floor. Still my preference in terms of her look and lines here from the side profile. Grace is doing a great job getting this heifer shown. I think certainly a great representative of this particular class. Got a yellow and white one that comes here next. And I won't try to tell you, or I guess try to convince you that she's perfect, but she has a lot of breeding value in my opinion. Got a stout and attractive hind leg, a bold and powerful kind of a rib cage, a stout pin set when you step around and behind her. When she takes off and goes, she actually gets more collected in terms of her pieces, and when she's standing here, she wants to just fight it when she stops. But certainly one, in my opinion, short-sided, got some dense power parts. If we could see her go with just a bit more, I guess, authority there off of her hip and hind leg and neaten her up from her shoulder back into her forehead, then I think that becomes a bit more of a debate there up top. Got a black baldy that comes next. That's neat looking shoulders forward and transitions smoother from her shoulder back into her center body than the heifer that goes directly in front of her. Still has plenty of power in terms of her pin set. Like to see that one as well go with just a bit more comfort in terms of her hip and hind leg. Like to open her up just a touch to the base of her cage. Got a black baldy that comes here next on the stand, can give you a killer look. Big footed, attractive in terms of her hind leg, and bold in turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. She takes off and goes, and she's just a bit more vertical in terms of her skeleton there off of both ends. If you can knock her back in her angles and soften her up in terms of her midrib, I think that makes that a bit closer there as you work her up in this particular class. Got a red brockle that comes next that I like in terms of her softness to her center body. She's one that has just a bit more comfort built into her lower skeleton. Just wish it all set in there a bit more attractive in terms of her hind leg. Got a little extra set at her hock versus at her pastern. Not near as neat looking from her shoulders forward. So you put one that I think covers the basics down the line just a touch. Got a black and white one that comes here next. Long and extended, no doubt. Later maturing in terms of her type and kind. Comfortable in terms of her angles down low. For having the most frame here in this particular class, just wish she had a bit more softness in terms of her center body to accompany it. Wish you could stouten her up in terms of her foot size just a touch to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately. Got a silver heifer that comes here next. It is more moderate, that is easier keeping, has more true body shape here in that particular pair. To me, she needs to be set back in her angles. Like to see that one square as she turns and goes away right there at her hock. Got a baldy female that comes here next, and in terms of her basics, I think is on point. Soft-bodied, easy keeping, moderate in terms of her type and kind, smooth in terms of her shoulder, and I think has enough flexibility. One, to me, just needs to be a bit neater in terms of her shoulder and the way it lays onto her body, how she hooks back into her forerib. One that isn't quite as attractive in terms of her general makeup from the side. Another baldy as we continue down the line that's neat in terms of her shoulder. Got enough look from there on forward. Just like to soften her up in terms of her forerib shape and see her have a bit more fill back into her flank. That one needs to be neater in terms of her joint work as you study her right there at her hock. Got a black heifer that comes here next. Again, big-footed as you study her at the surface. Stout up high. Got to see a bit more softness to her midrib. Got to see her built a bit more like a lady from the side profile. Got kind of a charcoal one that closes us out. Plenty of power up high. Like to see just more foot size and feature underneath to balance it up a bit more appropriately. That one, too, needs to have a bit more femininity in terms of her general design. Good class there. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Another good class to sort through here, and I'll be the first to tell you this one probably isn't the most my kind as I initially evaluate this class, but this one is easily the most unique in terms of her type and kind, one that I think has some generating pieces and just fun livestock to sort, one that is so up-headed and neat in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, got a stout skull about her, still opens back very round and bold in terms of her body type, got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her, and everything makes sense on that one in terms of her proportionality here from the side profile, her freshness, the way that it all comes together. She reaches adequately off of both ends. Maybe like to soften her up just a touch in terms of her hind leg and how she goes to the ground, but stout and dimensional kind of livestock that's fresh in terms of her lines, certainly reaches comfortably there off of both ends in terms of her skeleton, how she remains collected in her spine. Got a silver heifer that comes here next that I think certainly pushes her in terms of that class winner. She's neat looking from her shoulders forward and the way she elevates there out of her front end. Again, one that's collected in terms of her top line, the way she's assembled back out through her hip, goes to the ground honestly just a bit more comfortable in terms of her hind leg than even our class winner. You study that one from a three-quarter shot. She can't quite keep up in terms of her body shape, the way she's assembled at the base of her forearm, and now she feeds back into her flank, one that isn't quite as square and stout in terms of her pin set. A good pair of them back and forth there up top. I think both those Charlet influenced females are awfully good. Got a black heifer that comes here next. Got a great running gear underneath of her. I like this one's softness of body here from the side profile. Got an up-headed quality look here from the side profile. Again, from a three-quarter shot, we kind of just work our way down the line. Again, one that gives up just a bit more in terms of her body shape, a bit flatter in terms of her forerib, a bit narrower in terms of her base width as she turns and goes away. But this one here, I think, has a bright future in terms of her flexibility, her look, and her lines. Got a yellow heifer that comes around here next. As they initially came in and this one parked, I thought this thing certainly has the look to work up in a class, and she absolutely does. Her up-headedness, her neatness of her shoulder, her softness in terms of her flank, one that's comfortable in terms of her angles underneath, is certainly something I'm drawn to. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of where her tail head comes into the backside of her hip, and then that's one that just quite a bit more concave in terms of her body shape, specifically right there in her forerib, and it's a bit more of the same when you work around the backside of cattle, just a bit more closed up throughout, but a neat looking one as you study her right there on the side profile. Other end of the spectrum here in this black heifer, she is so dense and so opened up and so powerful in terms of her type and kind. It was starting to work to her disadvantage. She wants to push in her hock just a touch more. She's a little shorter, more quick in terms of her type and kind, but there's no question that one's dimensional, and I respect that added power that she brings to this particular class. The young lady right here in green brings us a heifer that has just a bit more look and I guess extension here from the side profile, scale in terms of her mature cow sizes when you project that one on. To me, I'd like to set her back in her angles there off of both ends. I'd like to reconstruct her in terms of her balance from her chest forward back into her flank. Blue heifer that comes next, opened up and dimensional in terms of her midrib, powerful when you get right in behind the cattle. Just like to see that one built a bit more like a lady from the side profile, pick her up from hooks to pins. Like to see her with a bit more flexibility there from hock to ground. As we continue down the line, got a heifer that comes next that I like in terms of her foot size and feature there at the surface. Her stoutness when you get right in behind the cattle from the side profile is where she gets tripped up a bit more, a little uncoordinated in terms of her movement there off those rear two. Wants to flatten a bit more to the base of her cage and doesn't balance up quite as appropriately there from the side profile. Young man coming around here next has one that's so easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, her softness to her center body, and still one that I think reaches adequately out of her hip and hind leg. Like to knock her back in her shoulder and the angle to her knee. Like to freshen her up in her composition just a bit more to truly appreciate that one's maternal kind right there through her midrib. Heifer that closes long and extended, comes with some added look in this final pair from her shoulders forward. Just got to soften that one up a bit for all of her added frame she brings this particular class. Good set of them there. I think a nice top pair. Congratulations. Get in a little deeper water here in this particular class of commercials, and the heifer that I used to win certainly is the most just kind of breeding heifer looking of this top end of this class, and one that just has the most neatness about her shoulder angulation from there on forward in terms of her look and femininity. She opens back very fresh in terms of her body type and is the most just comfortable in terms of her lower skeleton there at the surface. In a perfect world, she'd be just a bit longer and squarer from hooks to pins, but I think you'll take that just for as long and athletic as she is in her stride. Again, fresh and bold in her body type, neat looking shoulders forward. That one just looks like a lady there from the side profile and highlights it when she takes off and goes. The heifer here in second is on the other end of the spectrum. That one has giant paws at the surface, very attractive in terms of her lower skeleton, one that's got a neat look to her upper hip and the way she's assembled from hooks to pins. Again, still very attractive in terms of just her presence from her shoulders forward. From a three-quarter shot, to deem her kind of the generator of the bunch, I wish she opened up just a bit bolder in her heart and forerib. I wish she was just a bit deeper right there at the base of her heart, just to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately here from the side profile. But again, her runners are awesome there at the surface. I like that one's pin set. I like her look and her presence from her shoulders forward. Got a brockle face heifer that comes here next, and from her shoulders back, I think is certainly on point, bold and round in terms of her body shape. Has plenty of depth back into her flank, stout in terms of her upper pin set. I'd like to see her neater right there on the front side of her shoulder and pick her up. Just see a bit more look and extension there from her shoulders forward. Like that one's just general body type as you study her from a three-quarter shot. Gray heifer that comes here next, again, dense in terms of her midrib, stout when you get right in behind the cattle, and still comfortable in terms of those rear two. Again, up front, I'd like to neaten her up at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to see her set back further in her knee and just have more look and femininity from her shoulders forward to move up in this class, but one that's got some gnarly fun pieces to breed on. Got a black heifer that comes here next. Initially, as you throw your eyes on them, that one is smooth about her shoulder. She's deep in terms of her center body. She's sound in terms of her angles here from the side profile. You move from a three-quarter shot or get around the backside of the cattle, just a bit more closed up throughout. I think to deem that one kind of the breeding heifer of the bunch, you just like to see a bit more true dimension right there in terms of her center body. The heifer that comes here next, again, neat in terms of her shoulder design, enough turn right there and flexibility at her knee, enough comfort and range of motion there off those rear two. Just doesn't balance up quite as appropriately here from the side profile. A little deeper from the point of her crest and pole down into the base of her neck, one that's a little deeper in terms of her chest forward, just a bit flatter and more general in terms of her overall appearance. Female that comes next, a bit rounder in terms of her body type. Just like to see her smoother in terms of her joint work and rock her back and her angles off of both ends. Just a bit more up and down in terms of the way she uses those angles there at the surface. Heifer that comes next, I like this one in terms of her build up high. She's square right there at the backside of her shoulder. She's got some added punch when you get right in behind the cattle. Goes to the ground on an attractive big hind leg. Just like to see her softer in terms of her center body. Again, like to see her just a bit more maternal in terms of her general appearance. Baldy that comes here next, certainly you like for her added depth of body in that particular pair. Just like to see her neater in terms of her chest floor relative to how she's built back into her flank. She too could be reassembled just a touch from hip, hock to ground. The heifer that comes here next, bold in terms of her body type, dimensional when you get right in behind the cattle. Just like to see a bit more look and cleanliness in terms of her lines here from the side profile. Set her back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. The female that closes out here has a neat look from her shoulders forward, has some freshness in terms of her lines here from the side profile. Just been out horsed in terms of her general dimension. Like to stouten that one up in terms of her feature. Very good class there. Again, a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Well, again, a very good class here in our commercials. Heifer that I used to win does so in the way she's assembled there at the surface. Bigger footed, stouter in terms of just her feature, one that's more comfortable in terms of her angles, and with that remains more collected right there in terms of her center spine, both on the stand as well as when she takes off and goes. Female has just got more true turn in terms of her center body. A female, as you step back off her, still puts it all together with a very impressive view here from the side profile. She's not near as tidy to the top side of her neck or quite as cleanliness or clean in terms of her jawline, the way she's assembled down into her chest floor as the heifer that comes directly behind her. The one behind her is probably just a bit longer in terms of her hip design, but the basics of foot size, flexibility, body shape, dimension, the way she carries herself in terms of her center spine, that one needs to win. I think she does a lot of things to a very impressive fashion. The one that comes here in second, again, neater and fresher from her shoulders forward, one that's longer from hooks to pins, still comfortable in terms of her angles there off her rear tube, and one that I think has enough softness in terms of her center body. I'd like to see her bolder right there in her heart and forehead. I'd like to see her stronger right out of the backside of her shoulder up high, just knock her back in terms of her angles there up front, where she doesn't have quite as much foot size as a female that precedes her as well. Some minor criticisms back and forth. I think both those females incredibly high quality. My hat's off to both those young ladies on what they brought out here today. The one that comes here in third, fighting this young man just a touch, but when he gets her set up, she can give you a good look. Neat shouldered, certainly has some freshness and some youthfulness from there on forward. One that's certainly bold in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage and has an attractive hind leg underneath of her. Whether it's her fighting the halter or how she's assembled in her shoulder just a touch, she wants to roll up in her center spine just a bit more than what I'd like to see at this stage of the game. And I'd like to open her up in a full rib just a touch. Got a white-legged female that comes here next. Got a giant set of feet and legs underneath of her and comfortable in terms of her lower angles. Big in terms of her pin set when you step around and behind the cattle. One, to me, just a bit more open there on the front side of her shoulder. One that doesn't have near as much presence there on the top side of it and the way she projects out with her neck. I'd like to open that one up in terms of her body shape just a touch to match all that additional stoutness that she has when you study her from behind her right there at the surface. Black heifer that comes here next, moderate, easy keeping in terms of her body shape. I think certainly one that balances up appropriately from an individual standpoint. I'd like to freshen her up in her composition, just knock her back in her angles there out of her front end. The Baldy that comes here next, again, bold and opened up in terms of her body shape. I'd like to see her neater and just more ladylike from her shoulders forward. Like to set her back in terms of her angles there off of both ends to really hone in on what she has from a stoutness standpoint. Black and white female that rolls around the corner next, neat and fresh in terms of her lines from her shoulders forward. Shapely when you get on the top side of the cattle. Like so many cattle with that added stoutness and shape up high, she's just a bit more rigid as you study her at the surface and a little harsher in terms of her body type. Female that comes next has more turn to the base of her cage. She too needs to be set back in her angles off of both ends and just tidied up right there at the base of her shoulder to move up higher in this class. Got kind of a panda-faced one that comes next. Big, high scale. Comes with some added weight per day of age and foot size there at the surface. Just as uncoordinated as any of them there when she goes off her rear two. Like to soften her up in terms of her mid-rib to move her up higher in this particular class. Good set of them there. I think an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations. Really a good trio here, and all three of them pretty different in terms of their type and kind. The heifer that I used to win, to me, just the most seamless in terms of her transition from her shoulder back into her dense center body, her added stoutness when you get riding behind the cattle, her comfort there at the surface in terms of her lower joints. I'll be the first to tell you, wish she was a bit longer in terms of her hip design. I think that allow her to take just a bit of a more athletic step there off those rear two, but she's so comfortable in terms of her angles underneath. Really like that one's lines and her symmetry and the way she's assembled from her chest floor back into her center body and her freshness back into her flank here amongst this group of contemporaries. A female does a lot of things to a very impressive degree. The heifer that comes here in second, kind of the oddball amongst this top end of this class, maybe a little more club calfy in terms of her design. Not saying that's good or bad. She's big-footed. She's comfortable in terms of her lower angle. She's got an up-headed, neat presence about her from her shoulders forward. She's a little deeper in terms of her shoulder set. As much as anything, I'd like to change her to the base of her cage. She's a little tighter in her heart and forehead. Got a little navel, cuts back up into her flank, just a bit shorter, more often her hip, much like my class winner. And so that one doesn't give you a major improvement in that regard. But no doubt, she's stout. She's sound at the surface. Got a neat look from her shoulders forward. The heifer that comes in third is interesting, and I'd be, I guess, curious to see what this one looks like as a big bred. She maybe comes in just a few more pieces here today, but they're interesting pieces. High tying, extended from her shoulders forward, fresh in terms of her composition and bold in terms of her body type. Really good in terms of her lower angles and the way she's assembled there at the surface. Good in terms of her toe and the way that it hits the ground. Much as anything, I'd like to change her in her spine just a touch. She wants to roll up in the middle of her back ever so slightly. She's as short in terms of her hip as any of them. And so, again, where I criticize my class winner, the heifers in 2 and 3 do the same thing. And so I think that makes it that much easier there on the top end of the class. The one that comes here in third, again, moderate and dense in terms of her body type. I like that one's stoutness whenever you get riding behind her. As you step back off her, pretty cowy in terms of her general design from her shoulders forward. For all her mass up high, I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her foot size there at the surface. She too needs to be just a bit more fluid in terms of her movement when she takes off and goes. The heifer that comes here next, again, has a very neat and proud look from her shoulders forward. She's square in terms of her design up high and has some added foot size underneath for her added frame. Excuse me, I wish she had a bit more turn to the base of her rib cage. I wish we could set her back and angle to her shoulder and knee just a touch to make that all balance up just a bit more appropriately. The heifer that comes around next, moderate in terms of her type and kind on the other end of the spectrum in terms of her maturity curve between those two females, and stout when you get around and behind her. She too needs to be rocked back in her angles off of both ends. I like to tidy her up in terms of her shoulder and where it lays onto her skeleton. The gray heifer has plenty of dimension up high. She wants to funnel a bit more down low and not near as coordinated in terms of her movement, specifically right there at her hock. Like to see her built a bit more like a lady from her shoulders forward. The black heifer that comes around here next represents a good kind, soft-bodied, flexible in terms of her hind leg. Just like to open her up throughout. She's a little general in terms of her overall makeup. The gray heifer that comes here next, again, moderate, easy keeping, dense in terms of her body type. Like to rock that one back in terms of her angles off of both ends and tidy her up in her look from her shoulders forward. The red heifer is one that I think you certainly appreciate in terms of her smoothness from her shoulder into her center body. Just like to see that one go more comfortably there off of both ends. Like to see a bit more look and design from the side profile. Good class there. I think certainly an interesting top trio. Well, we got all different shapes and sizes here in this particular class. I don't know what old Show Steer Show Dad did over there, but I'm completely fine with my commercials looking like Angus when they're built like this. One that is so comfortable underneath, fresh in terms of her chest floor, opens back very maternal in the sweep to her center body, neat and angular in terms of her look from there on forward. Again, good in terms of her top line, the way she's assembled back out through her hip. There's a few that are shot more dense and just powerful behind her, maybe have a bit more foot size, but everything makes sense on that female. I think she gives you a very feminine, maternal look there from the side profile. Now we're covering our bookends because the heifer here in second couldn't be any more different in terms of her type and kind. This one is so stout when you get riding behind them, so opened up in terms of her body shape, and still fairly comfortable in terms of her angles when she's there on the stand. She takes off and goes. She's a little quick in terms of her step. I'd like to tidy her up right there at the base of her shoulder to see her make that a little bit closer decision up top than what it is out here today. The white-legged female is certainly comfortable in terms of her angles underneath, has just a bit more size and scale between 2 and 3, and a female that I like in terms of just her smoothness and in terms of her design and muscle pattern there in that particular pair as well. To me, as you step back off her, doesn't have as much of a generating look in terms of her presence, shoulders forward, where her chest floor sits in her, or just her natural body shape, but certainly appreciate that one's basic build as you study her there at the surface. Heifer that comes around here next, certainly bold and powerful in terms of her body type, big in terms of her pin set. Like to knock her back in her angles there off of both ends. See her just a bit tidier in terms of her look and her presence there from her shoulders forward. The heifer that comes here next on the stand, I think corrects that female just in terms of her up-headed look, her presence, her neatness in terms of her lines down her top line, her roundness in terms of her body shape. Just like to see that one a bit smoother in terms of her joint work, like to soften her up in terms of her center body and see her go with a bit more flexibility there out of her front end. The female that closes us out, certainly easy keeping in terms of her type and kind, just been a bit out-horsed in terms of her look, her presence, and her feature there at the surface. Good class. I think a very nice class winner. Congratulations. Nice pair of them here to close us out in the commercial show. And I think something that's been impressive here throughout the day, and I'm going to make an assumption, hopefully I'm not wrong, but a fall female or fall-born female here at the front of the lineup that does a lot of things right. I'd say 10 years ago to find a fall-born at a winter jackpot show, your likelihood would be low. To find quality would be even harder. And we've seen a great deal of quality in these last classes throughout the day. This one here, big-footed, comfortable, and attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. I like this one's freshness relative to her age and maturity. Her look here from the side profile, one that just puts a lot of quality pieces together. Be interested to get her back out here in a bit with all these other commercial heifers with all the different shapes and sizes and colors that we have. The heifer that comes here in second, again, one that has some moderation, an easy keeping look right there through her center body, some stoutness whenever you step right in behind her. For her dimension that she has working through the top portion of her skeleton, wish she had a bit more foot size and feature to really make that all balance up a bit more appropriately. Wish she had just a bit more extension here from the side profile to make that pair just a bit closer than what it is out here today. Good pair of them. I think an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations. We made it to the end here. The girls on my side got a little weak a couple times, but I drug them along. We made it. It's been really fun sorting through all these breeds. I think from start to finish, we kicked it all off in the Angus, and we kept quality in mind and a great deal of it in each and every one of these breed drives all the way through, especially as we get out to the end of our commercials. A lot of different types and kinds. I know as you look out here, if you're looking for one that could be a show steer mama, you could find it. If you're looking for one that's bred heifer maker, you could find it. Angus type, she's out here. If you're looking for one that's kind of middle of the road show heifer, that's out here too. And so take your personal preference and your type and kind and pick which one you like best. I think all of these are certainly high quality in terms of their type and kind. I'm going to run through them real briefly. We made it to the end here. We're going to keep doing what we've been doing all day. Got a yellow roan that I like in terms of her stoutness, her body type, and her look here from the side profile. I like to change her up just a touch in terms of her attractiveness to her hind leg, but a female that's got a great deal of quality about her. Got a gray heifer that outside of being a little open to the top side of her blade is a very neat animal. Up-headed, good-looking, shoulders forward, dense in terms of her body type, and stout from behind. I like that one's attractiveness in terms of her hind leg, and in that particular class, she was a combination of flexibility and stoutness in terms of her body type. Grace here in Class 3 had one that I thought in that particular setting had the most flexibility, the most softness in terms of her center body, and still put it all together with the most seamless transitions here from the side profile. Maybe not as out there looking as a couple of these other ones as we get her back out here, but certainly a quality piece of livestock for that young lady and be a fun project for her to continue to work on. Got a yellow one here that is certainly unique in terms of her type and kind, probably sticks out as much as any of them here amongst this lineup as far as being a little different. She is stout skulled and opened up in her body type and stout and dimensional when you get right in behind her. Got as big of a foot as she goes to the ground as any of them. One, to me, I think still reaches adequately off of both ends. She's probably assembled just a shot straighter in terms of her hock as you compare her to a couple of these other females out here. But again, plenty of angle built in down low, plenty of neatness and just utility and breeding value in that particular female. Young man's doing a killer job getting that one shown. Then we jump into this next class in a heifer that we probably take a step back in terms of her maturity. She's one that's a little later maturing in terms of her type and kind. That doesn't bug me at all. I like this one's running gear. I like her flexibility and her reach off of both ends. I like her freshness in terms of her type and kind and her neatness and look from her shoulders forward. As I said there earlier, she's not the most cracked open in terms of her full rib, and I like to see her just a shot square from hooks to pins, but some minor criticisms on a female. I think does a lot of very hard to make pieces in terms of her flexibility, her neatness, and her look there from the side profile. Got a very dense type of a female that comes around here next. She's powerful in terms of her type and kind, her body shape, her stoutness from behind. Her comfort there at the surface is something I'm naturally drawn to. She's a little shorter faced, a little shorter in terms of her neck, and just a little deeper in terms of her construction from her shoulders forward. But again, one that is so powerful and so cowy in terms of her center body. Really appreciate that one's flexibility and reach off of both ends, especially in that class. The heifer that comes here next is one that I like in terms of just her symmetry. From the side profile, that was a tough class, a top 3 that I thought had some debate back and forth. She was the neatest from her shoulder back into her center body, as fresh and round in her body type as any of them, and still reads comfortable in her lower angles. Neat here from the side profile. I'd like to lengthen her from hooks to pins, and I think that allow her to take a longer, more athletic stride there off her rear too, but that's getting harsh on a female. I think can give you an awfully good look. And we got kind of what I said there earlier, the Angus of the bunch, and that's not a criticism by any means. To me, that's neatness in her shoulder. That's femininity from there on forward. That's softness in terms of her center body and still comfort in terms of her lower skeleton. Is she the stoutest one out here? No. Do I think she has enough? Absolutely. I think that's a nice female standing there in the corner. Then we got one that comes out of this last class. Again, has just a bit more maturity as you'd expect as they come around the back part of this particular show. One that's still comfortable in terms of her angles down low. I like this one's body shape, and again, for her maturity, still fairly fresh in terms of her type and kind. Probably not quite as tidy in terms of her shoulder and where her chest floor sits in her relative to a few of these other females out here. She too could be a bit longer from hooks to pins, but a female that I think does a lot of things right. One last time here in this last breed drive, go ahead and put your hands together for all these kids. I'll go ahead and get you a champion reserve. Well, if you're standing ringside, go ahead and put your hands together for all these exhibitors that made it back out to our grand drive this evening. I don't have a big message for you tonight. I know everybody's tired and ready to go grab something to eat and get ready for tomorrow. And honestly, I'm hoping they allow for late entries in the bags contest because me and Ryan are going to go hit that up and play some cornhole. But all seriousness, been a great day from start to finish. Just immense quality, in my opinion, as we started with the Angus and finished with the commercial. Just the quality that we saw in each and every one of those classes and divisions was certainly impressive to me. And Ryan kind of stole my thunder there on that side. But as much as anything here today, I just hope that you're thankful. Here the day or 2 days after Thanksgiving, I hope you still have that feeling in your heart. Be thankful that you live in this country that allows us the freedoms that we can practice every single day. Be thankful that you live in a country that you can still perform or be a part of the faith that you choose that is best for you and your family. Be thankful that you can be a part of here the livestock industry and the agricultural industry, and be thankful for different programs such as this right here. This show, these people work hard to put on an excellent show, in my opinion. As premier of an event as you find throughout the country in terms of jackpot shows happening right here this weekend. And this crew does an exceptional job. I know as a judge, they rolled out the red carpet for us, and I'm sure it's the same for everybody on that side of the ring when you're showing cattle. It shows in the numbers. It shows in just the quality of event that they have. And so my hat's off to each and every one of these people that helps put on this show. If you would, please put your hands together for all of them. That's a pretty thankless job. They've done an exceptional job. This has ran pretty seamlessly from start to finish. One last thank you, and I'm not sure if they're watching or not, but thank you to my crew back home. My wife and my kids, I kind of ducked out of Thanksgiving a little early so I could jump on a plane and come out here, and I'm very thankful for them and supporting me and allowing me the opportunity to come out here and do something that I love. Working through exceptional livestock and even better kids is something that I like to do. Do it every single day. Working with good stock and good kids is something that keeps my passion fired up, and it's something that, again, I certainly enjoy doing. So, again, quality stock start to finish. There's been a few of these that hit me awfully hard, and I think not only are going to have success today, but have the right pieces to continue that trend throughout the remainder of their show career. So one last time, put your hands together for all these exhibitors out here. I'll go get you a top 5. Apparently, the team in red had a bit of a tough day. We're going to change that trend and have a double win here for the red team. This heifer here out of the maintainer is going to be reserved.
Your results from your champion overall heifer drive here in Ring B. Your champion goes to the purebred Semitol, and that's going to be Katie Flitch. Congratulations to you and your crew as well. And your reserve is going to go to Riley Green, and your third overall is going to go to Braylon Schaefer. Your fourth overall heifer is going to go to Hadley Dunklew, and your fifth overall is going to go to Sloan Curtin. Congratulations, those top 5 exhibitors, on your champion overall heifer drive.